Good afternoon to our students, staff, families, and MCPS community. Thank you for joining us for this virtual board meeting today. We hope you remain safe and healthy. Although we are conducting this meeting via Zoom conference today due to the COVID-19 pandemic, the meeting is being live streamed on the website and MCPS TV. We have also provided a telephone number for the public to join the meeting that way as well. As a reminder, live public comments have also been suspended. Although members of the public can join us by phone, the lines have been muted to avoid background noise and interruptions. Now I will call the roll to ensure that we have a quorum of the board present, starting with our new Vice President, Ms. Silvestri.
I am here.
Ms. O'Neill.
Present.
Dr. Daka. Ms. Mandrowski.
I'm here. Happy.
Thank you. Ms. Evans.
Present.
Ms. Harris, welcome.
I'm here.
Mr. Asante.
I'm here.
And Dr. Daka is here. She just had her mic
I'm
muted.
here.
Thank you. Okay, let me see now. Can I get, hold on, approval of the agenda?
I move approval of the agenda.
Second.
All in favor, raise your hand. Okay, and now we have some recognitions. Dr. Smith.
Thank you, Ms. Wolf, and congratulations to Ms. Wolf and Ms. Silvestri for your election. But most importantly, thank you for taking on the additional responsibility. And welcome, Ms. Harris, to working closely with you as a board member. Today, we want to pause and offer this resolution for your consideration for the National Inclusive Schools Week. The Inclusive Schools Network and Stetson and Associates have designated the week of December 7th through the 11th, 2020 as National Inclusive Schools Week, celebrating the theme, "The Time for Inclusion is Now." Montgomery County Public Schools celebrates the progress that schools have made in providing a supportive and quality education to an increasingly diverse student population. MCPS honors diversity and strives to promote differentiated instructional practices that promote equity. The educators and families of Montgomery County have been working collaboratively to ensure that our classrooms are providing an effective instructional program that incorporates inclusive practices in all schools. The school system delivers a continuum of special education services for students with disabilities from birth through age 21 that promote academic success in the general education environment. Therefore, be it resolved that the Montgomery County Public Schools join the Inclusive Schools Network and Stetson and Associates in declaring the week of December 7th through 11, 2020 as National Inclusive Schools Week in Montgomery County, and supports appropriate activities for educators, students, and parents and guardians to discuss actions that should be taken to ensure that schools continue to improve their ability to successfully educate all students.
Move approval.
Can I get a second?
Oh.
I second.
Okay. All in favor, raise your hand. And that's everyone. Dr. Smith?
Next, we're going to have the swearing in presentations.
Yes, absolutely. Can we put that up, please?
Do you solemnly promise promise and declare
do solemnly promise and declare
that I will support the Constitution of the United States
that I will
With
support
COVID-19 safety measures in place, an outdoor swearing-in ceremony was held for the 3 recently elected Montgomery County Board of Education members. The event took place outside of the Carver Educational Services Center in Rockville. The oaths of office were administered by Chief Deputy Clerk for Montgomery County, Karen Bushell. The newly elected member-at-large, Lynn Harris, was the first to be sworn into office. Ms. Harris succeeds Jeanette Dixon, who did not seek re-election. Ms. Harris is an experienced nurse, attorney, and public school educator.
I'm very much looking forward to taking that seat at the board table and just digging in on day one, bringing my experience as a longtime advocate, as a teacher, as a parent, as a public health expert, to the decisions that we're going to be making around reopening, around equitable access to all opportunities, and ensuring that we are truly bringing the student wisdom and voice and the voice of our communities to all of our decision making so that we're making the best decisions that we can.
Shebra Evans, board member for District 4, and Rebecca Smondrowski, board member for District 2, who both won their re-election bids, were also sworn in.
Super excited to be able to serve yet another term on the Montgomery County Board of Education. Looking forward to continuing this work with my colleagues. We work very well together, so looking forward to continuing that work. We've done so much to expand opportunity and access for our students here, more than 161,000. Looking forward to continuing that work. Goals are the same, still continue to have a commitment to equity and excellence, and that means access for all of our students.
Lynn, we want to welcome you to your first meeting, and we're glad to have Shebra and Rebecca back. I also overlooked acknowledging that we are joined today, of course, by Dr. Smith, but also by our Deputy Superintendent, Dr. McKnight, and a host of other staff who will introduce themselves as they appear. At this time, though, in addition to our returning members and our new member, we also want to acknowledge that we have the longest serving board member with us today for the Board of Ed, and that is Patricia O'Neill. How many years has it been, Pat? You're on mute.
It is 22 years plus a couple of days, moving on to 23 years. Blair Ewing served 22 years and then was elected to the county council and sworn in on December 1, 1998. And he finished with 22 years at the board. So I'm 22 years and 2 days now.
Well, I take my hat off to you because this has been a journey at the time I've been on it. I can't imagine. Thank you. So at this time, we'll have the Human Resources and Development Report.
Yes, thank you, Ms. Wolf. Ms. O'Neill, I just have to say that your historical knowledge and your understanding and knowledge of policy is formidable in the state of Maryland. Few people know what you know in this country about policy and public education at the board level. Excellent. So today we have the Human Resources Report to offer for your consideration, if the board would like to approve that.
I move approval.
Second.
All in favor, raise your hands. And that's unanimous.
Ms. Wolf, we also need to pause and recognize a couple of our staff members who have passed away in the recent past, if that's okay. The death on October 7th, 2020 of Mr. Getabaloo Delsana, bus operator, Department of Transportation, Randolph Depot, has deeply saddened the staff, students, and members of the Board of Education. During his almost 7 years, Mr. Delsana worked for Montgomery County Public Schools. He performed his duties in a professional manner. He was courteous and respectful to students, parents, guardians, and school staff. Mr. Delsana strived every day to maintain a positive and safe environment for students and ensured that students arrived to school on time and were ready to learn. Therefore, be it resolved that the members of the Board of Education and the Superintendent of Schools express their sorrow at the death of Mr. Delsana and extend deepest sympathy to his family.
Can I get a motion to approve?
I move approval.
Second.
All in favor, raise your hands. And that is unanimous.
Also, we want to remember that on October 10th, 2020, Mrs. Numaria Khan, special education paraeducator from Great Seneca Creek Elementary School, passed away. Her passing has deeply saddened the staff, students, and members of the Board of Education. During the more than 9 years that Ms. Khan worked for Montgomery County Public Schools, she was dependable, reliable, and trustworthy, and always ready to help. Whether a fellow team member asked her for support or a student needed additional instruction, she was always there. Ms. Khan treated all students with kindness and respect and strived to be a role model for students she served. Therefore, be it resolved that the members of the Board of Education and the Superintendent of Schools express their sorrow at the death of Ms. Khan and extend deepest sympathy to her family.
Move approval.
Second.
All in favor, raise your hand. And that is unanimous. Thank you, Dr. Smith. The next item on the agenda is public comments. Given that we are conducting this meeting virtually, we ask the public to submit testimony in a variety of ways. Our community has submitted testimony in writing, by audio, and by video. Public comments is one of our opportunities to hear the views and receive the advice of community members. Board members will take your comments into consideration, but it is not our practice to take action at this time on issues that are raised. We encourage public input on policy, program, and practices. This is not the proper avenue to address specific student or employee matters, so we encourage everyone to utilize existing avenues of redress for complaints. Please check our website for information about upcoming board meetings, hearings, and work sessions, including any changes to our meeting start times. We received one written testimony for today. You may view the written testimony in full on board docs, where it is posted with the other materials for this meeting. Here is a summary of the written testimony submitted for today's meeting. This comes from Ashley Johnson. Ms. Johnson is an MCPS teacher and parent who asks that as we develop a plan for the return of students and teachers to school buildings, we consider the living and working conditions of our employees and students, especially those who may be caretakers for family members with health issues or disabilities. She reminds us that the decision not to return to school buildings is not always motivated by fear, but by some of the other family responsibilities. Okay, we also received one audio testimony submitted by Julia Angel. You put that up.
Good afternoon. My name is Julia Angel, and I'm a junior at Richard Montgomery High School. I'm one of the co-founders of an organization called MoCo Against Brutality, and I'm a member of Young People for Progress. Today, I'm testifying in strong support of the removal of police officers from all Montgomery County schools. As you may be aware, Council members Jawando and Reamer recently introduced legislation to end the SRO program and appropriate funds to youth services and restorative justice training. I believe that this is an action that the school board should support. The SRO program was established with good intentions, trying to keep schools safe and to strengthen the bond between MCPD and the community. Unfortunately, the program is having the opposite effect. This is not an issue that can be solved with better hires or better training. Some SROs are friendly and do engage positively with students. But this does not change the fact that police presence in our schools perpetuates the school-to-prison pipeline and has been shown to be racist in implementation and effect. The data has shown time and time again that in MCPS, Black students are disproportionately arrested by police. The Maryland Department of Education reported that in the 2018 to 2019 school year, Black students made up 45% of arrests in MCPS, despite being only 21% of the student population. Having police in schools is a significant source of fear, particularly for communities of color, people with disabilities, LGBTQ+ students, and immigrants. I've had many friends, teachers, parents, and other community members share with me their traumatizing encounters with police officers, both in school and out of school. The thought of returning to school and seeing an MCPD patrol car parked outside, or walking to class and passing an armed police officer in the hallway, is scary to me and especially terrifying to those who have had traumatizing encounters with police. SROs are not making us feel safe. Moreover, national studies have shown that there is no evidence to support that SROs are actually effective at protecting against school shootings or preventing gang recruitment. We should not be spending $3 million on a program that is not protecting students and is actively harming minority communities. As students and as community members, we want to see security measures in place that are truly keeping us safe. We need to get to the root of the inequities in our schools and invest in proactive, not reactive solutions. That starts with removing police from Montgomery County schools. Thank you.
Ms. Wolf, you're on mute.
Thank you. We also received 13 video testimonies. First up is June Trakoff. Can we put that up?
Good afternoon. My name is June Trakoff, and I'm the parent of 2 wonderful Rosa Parks Middle School students. Today, I request 4 actions by the Board of Education to help families in hybrid and virtual learning. First, some background. I have a PhD in molecular biology and microbiology and 30 years of experience in biomedical research and management, including COVID-19 clinical trials. This doesn't make me a world expert or smarter than any other parent, but it gives me perspective on how science works. Scientists gather data, see where it leads, and with more data, experts in the field come to a consensus. And we're seeing more and more of a consensus about COVID-19, including the safety of in-person school settings and a playbook for it. Action 1, state that eradication of COVID-19 is not a requirement to reopen schools. There's a perception in the community that there must be 0 cases of COVID-19 for students to return to school. Smallpox is the only viral disease that has been eradicated. COVID-19 is among us and with us to stay for our children and future grandchildren. Numerous medical experts stated that closures were never about getting to 0 cases. They were about slowing the spread to protect our heroic healthcare workers and first responders and keep the healthcare system running for all patients. Please correct this misconception. Also, families need to hear from the BOE at what point it will be deemed safe enough to have our children in school full time, since it's not 0 cases. Action 2, require MCPS to explain why their thresholds that trigger in-person learning differ from the scientific consensus. MCPS thresholds are outliers compared to the state, surrounding districts, Dr. Fauci, and the CDC. Fewer than 5 cases per 100,000 to trigger partial in-person learning is far more stringent than the standard 10 to 15. And it is likely not attainable even after a vaccine is widely available. Moving forward, MCPS may follow other districts like New York City and stop using thresholds based on community spread, since we know transmission rates in schools look far different than the community. We see that a case that gets into a school doesn't spread further because of all the precautions. But a case that gets into the home of family and friends often does spread further, as people understandably let down their guards. We don't expect the BOE to be public health experts, but we do expect you to question statements that are not aligned with common practices and verify the explanations with outside experts. We are blessed to live in Montgomery County and have NIH and the world's expert Dr. Fauci down the road, as well as experts at Walter Reed, Naval Medical, USHIS, FDA, and industry. Ask them for guidance. Action 3, direct MCPS to revise the middle school schedule. We know teachers have done all they can and made virtual learning as good as it will get. But middle school students need more frequent instruction and smaller time blocks. They are not college students and not high school students. I'm asking for 8 30-minute periods a day instead of 4 60-minute periods as a first step. Action 4, direct MCPS to simplify and standardize Canvas and Synergy. Don't reinvent the wheel. Just fully activate and appropriately and consistently use the existing features of the systems to minimize unnecessary work for families and teachers. Fully utilize Canvas for work in progress and open period grades, and then make Synergy the system of record for final grades. Thank you for this opportunity.
Next, we will hear from Kevin Doherty.
Good afternoon. My name is Kevin Doherty, and I'm here today to talk about the value of a second opinion. And I'd like to start with a true story about my 10-year-old son. My son loves baseball.
I'm not seeing the video.
2 years ago, when he was 8, he was hit by a fastball right in the knee. He crumbled to the ground and was in a great deal of pain. My wife and I scooped him up and rushed him to urgent care. The doctor at this urgent care facility was, and still is, a very good doctor. He's Ivy League educated and has served the community for years. He examined my son. He felt around the knee and watched him walk down the hallway. He prescribed over-the-counter pain relievers, a prescription steroid, and said he would be fine in just a few days. At home, my son felt better with the medicine in his body, but my wife and I still felt unsure. With something as important as the health of your child, we did what any parent would do. We got a second opinion. The next day, we took him to another doctor who did.
Can we start that video over?
Good afternoon. My name is Kevin Doherty, and I'm here today to talk about the value of a second opinion. And I'd like to start with a true story about my 10-year-old son. My son loves baseball. 2 years ago, when he was 8, he was hit by a fastball right in the knee. He crumbled to the ground and was in a great deal of pain. My wife and I scooped him up and rushed him to urgent care. The doctor at this urgent care facility was, and still is, a very good doctor. He's Ivy League educated and has served the community for years. He examined my son. He felt around.
The technology gods are not with us right now. Can we try this again? Thank you. All right. Let's see. Well, we don't want to start the next item of discussion because it's a longer item. So let's see. Okay. Well, okay. Thank you. Santos? Oh, thank you. I'm not getting any sound. Okay, why don't we do this? Why don't we, Santos, amend the agenda to do the budget discussion first, and then we'll come back to public comment. Can I get a motion to amend the agenda?
So moved.
Second.
All in favor, could you raise your hand? Okay, so Dr. Smith, we'll go to the budget discussion first, and we'll come back to public comments.
Absolutely, Ms. Wolf, thank you. The technology is always an interesting part of these situations. We depend on it, and it's incredibly valuable and incredibly difficult. So today is the first step in our public budget discussion for fiscal year 2022, and that will begin July 1st, 2021. Right now, as we sit in the 2021 budget, we're about 70% of the way through the year, and there are a tremendous number of unknowns throughout the rest of this year around what the costs will be and how we will continue to shift and make decisions about how we'll best serve our students in the environment we're in right now. I was recently in a meeting, and Mr. Lloyd, Christopher Lloyd of MCA, was talking with several of us, and we were all discussing this. And he reminded us that we're in a once-in-a-century situation. I remember last spring, after we'd been just a couple of weeks in this situation, Dan Morella said, our chief financial officer, he said, you know, this only happens every 100 years. And I groaned and said, and at that time I had no idea we'd be still dealing with this at this point, and said, why did it have to happen during my 100 years? And it's easy to begin feeling sorry for ourselves and feeling bad and being frustrated and angry and upset. And I understand all those things as a grandfather, father, husband, educator. It's just really difficult. And I say all of that because I want us to understand that this budget season is going to be incredibly ambiguous in ways that it has never been before in my more than 35 years in public education. And across the country, I spent 6 years in Asia, where I didn't work in public education of my 41 years, but 35 of them have been in public education, the last 22 or so in Maryland, dealing with Maryland state school system budgets. And this is nothing like any of us have ever seen. And we were just talking about Miss O'Neill's work for 22 years and 3 days now as a member of this Board of Education, and going through the Great Recession and 9/11 and what that did to the economy, and coming into the tech bubble. Remember that at the turn of the century, Pat. All of those things affected our budgets. Nothing like this. And the most significant thing that's happened in the current way that the budgeting is structured at the local and state level in Maryland is that we've had downturns in the economy, but at least in Montgomery County Public Schools, there's no point in the last more than 20 years when there's also been a significant enrollment loss. So not only is there a loss of revenues available at the local and state level, there's also a loss of students in every school system in the state, I believe. That's what I understand from my colleagues across the state. And Montgomery County will have to face that. So if we could bring up the PowerPoint, the thing that I want to make most clear today as we think about this is that we are very, very much experiencing a kind of earthquake as we look at what's happened. And it is just something that we don't understand right now. We've had to close school buildings and yet continue school to the best of our ability. Our community has experienced physical isolation, emotional separation, and division in ways we never, ever could have predicted. Our students are separated from teachers and principals. Our students are isolated from one another and their friends. They're isolated from our community, and at times we seem divided in our community. But rather than retreating into the islands that have been imposed upon us, our community of teachers, administrators, support staff, students, and parents have built bridges to keep us as united as possible. Our educators have learned new tools and strategies to engage students in learning. Food and nutrition staff have served millions and millions of meals to students across this county. Transportation members have become Jacks and Janes of all trades, delivering and setting up digital devices, supporting the IT help desk, making student engagement calls to families, and talking with parents. And parents have come together to both bolster their own students' learning in new ways and foster supports for other students in need. While we are apart in so many ways, we are united in our purpose to ensure students have the access, opportunity, and resources to reach their full potential. This year, the recommended budget I am presenting reflects what we can accomplish when we are united for our future in Montgomery County Public Schools. Next slide, please. Next slide, please. United for our future. That is not just some slogan. That is what we must be as we go forward. And today, briefly, we want to lay out for you why it's going to be essential that we be united as a community, as a school system, as a board, and that we work closely with our local and state elected officials, with our community members, our stakeholders, to ensure the future of our children. We're going to continue across this second semester to address the academic and opportunity gaps that have widened as a result of the virtual learning environment and the pandemic. We know that, and we're going to spend the rest of this year ensuring that we have good plans in place for next school year, the 21-22 school year, and the year after that, the 22-23 school year, as we look at the pacing of curriculum, as we look at the well-being of students so that we ensure their physical, social, and psychological well-being so they're ready for learning, as we look at their academic needs. And we know this has hit different students in different ways. So we must have an intense focus on the students who are most vulnerable, and we must have a focus and the supports for every student across every school, depending on their needs in this environment. Next slide, please. This is our current operating budget. This is what is invested this year. We have served more students last summer than we ever have in Montgomery County by fourfold, 4 times or more students last summer. This is the sort of shift we've had to make and we've embraced over the last few months. We set up a virtual learning platform. This is what this money has been and is being spent on. And we have a sense of urgency to get schools open as soon as we can. And certainly some of this funding, as we look at it this year, will have to be used for that purpose. As we move forward, we don't know what those additional expenses will be, but we know that they matter. Next slide, please. Here's the problem. We have 3,600 students this year, fewer than we did last year. The state law is directly related to enrollment when it comes to the local effort, the maintenance of effort law for local governments. That will be somewhere in the neighborhood of $39 million. That's as of September 30th. That is how the law is written right now. The state aid formula is based on enrollment and it's based on wealth. And it's relative wealth for all 24 school systems and relative enrollment. We don't know the exact number. We will know it when we get to the governor's budget. And then it's what we see what the General Assembly does with that budget. And finally, we have $27+ million that we've used last year and then again this year that's been direct funding to MCPS for the blueprint for Maryland's future. That's in special education. It's in pre-K. It's in struggling learners. It's in high quality teachers. It's in community school efforts. It's directly applied to the work we do and is throughout our budget, operating and Kerwin money coming together to support our students. The Kerwin money, for example, is funding the Up-County Pre-K Center. It's funding many additional special ed staff this year to meet the needs of our students. So when you add these three numbers together, you can see that the potential for lost revenue is profound. Next slide, please. Here it lays out exactly what's in that Kerwin money. If that is not funded in the next fiscal year, those will either be holes in our budget, or we'll have to take the money from somewhere else to continue doing the things that are on this list, or will have to be supplemented additionally by the county government. Our next slide, please. We also have to think about how we can invest this year to meet next year's budget. So we're investing right now in enhanced digital devices for our staff. That's been a conversation we've been having since July, and we've been working across the system to make sure our staff members have the digital devices they need. We've also accelerated the acquisition of the curriculum resources from our curriculum adoption for pre-K-8 literacy, language arts, reading and writing, and our pre-K-8 mathematics program. So we're going to continue to accelerate that. We're beginning the transition to an electric bus fleet, and we'll be bringing a proposal forward in the future to the board. And we're continuing to prepare the employee benefits program to address increased program costs. One of the things that we've been told, and we know it's been widely reported in the media, is because so many health care services have been stopped or reduced to address COVID, like elective surgery that's not of an urgent or critical nature, but still needs to be done, people being uneasy going to healthcare facilities. There is a very large backlog of people who need to seek different kinds of healthcare who have not, but the trends show that they are beginning to do that. And as the society becomes more open, and as healthcare is able to meet that backlog, those costs are going to increase considerably. Next slide, please. So our calendar is, today we're going to present this framework, and that's what this is, just a framework, many more questions than answers. On the 17th of December, we'll release a digital budget presentation and our budget book that our community is used to seeing. But I want to be very clear with our community and our staff. What is in that release on the 17th of December is very much the status quo in a world that is no longer status quo. We're starting from where we are as a school system in the old world, and over January, February, March, April, and until the end of May, when this budget is adopted by the county council, we will have to continue to shift and adjust based on revenues, based on the shifting and changing nature of our community and our society, addressing COVID-19, addressing the learning loss that we were discussing a minute ago, the well-being of students, and we'll have to prioritize repeatedly. In February, we'll begin to get some sense of what our General Assembly is going to do with the Blueprint for Maryland's Future, and we'll begin to understand what the county government's revenues are in addressing MOE and state funding formulas, because it is entirely possible the General Assembly will intervene, and where we've asked them this question and will continue to ask it, to look at the maintenance of effort law, to look at the state funding formulas, to look at the Kerwin funding and do some sort of intervention so not only Montgomery County, but all school systems will not experience the drastic shifts and reductions in funding that are coming because of these formulas and because they're the enrollment basis for them. In late February, and typically the board has adopted the budget at the first full meeting of the Board of Education in February, I'm recommending today that we look at our board calendar and we move that to the end of February so that what we send to the county executive has the most up-to-date information about what we're going to be able to do. So that's something I would ask the board to consider in upcoming work with their chief of staff and with my office to look at that schedule. So we have at least a couple more weeks to see what the circumstances and the shifts are. We'll send that budget no later than March 1st, according to state requirements, to our county executive. Our county executive will include that budget for MCPS in the full county budget released in mid-March. And then in late May, the county council will adopt this budget. And I've been saying over and over, we're going to have to visit this budget repeatedly in order to get it right between now and the end of May. Next slide, please. So, some assumptions and considerations. As of this week, we have about 5,200 fewer students than we did last year. 5,200. Remember, maintenance of effort is determined on September 30th based on K-12 students. As of today, we have about 5,200 fewer pre-K through 12 students. And so that's that difference. People say, well, why do your numbers change? Because students enter and withdraw all the time. But this year, in this circumstance, every school system in the state is experiencing a loss of students. We anticipate, and we've looked closely using our demographer, our research office, and our schools office, we anticipate that when schools open next fall, assuming they open in a typical way with in-building learning as well as a virtual option for parents going forward, that will gain back 2,500 to 3,000 of those students. And we've used all the withdrawal information and all the information we have about the whereabouts of students and their current educational experience to do that. And we're going to continue to reach out to our community and understand to the greatest degree possible who will come back to us when we are substantially through this. As Ms. Trakoff said, or Dr. Trakoff on the public comment before it went off, COVID-19 is with us. The issue is, will there be a vaccine that will greatly reduce its effect on our society? And if that happens, and if we've had that change in the openness of our community, will our students come back? We also need our General Assembly to adopt a formula for state aid that does not rely solely on enrollment. They've got to look at a smoothing or some sort of hold harmless. They could look at the September 30th for 2019 and work from that. But to simply look at the September 30th for 2020 will be devastating to Montgomery County and to all of the school systems in the public education system of Maryland. We need to maintain our workforce to meet the needs of students and the system. We need to keep the body and soul of this school system together. We need to certainly look at unfilled positions and make reductions where possible, but we cannot simply eliminate whole departments or whole bodies of work of this school system and expect to have the school system after we come out of this pandemic that we had before it began. So it's critically important that we understand the workforce of this school system is what makes it possible to meet the needs of our students the way the system historically has. And MCPS is going to need at least $35 million to $40 million more for maintenance of effort to shield the school system from projected state aid losses. I understand that this may seem outrageous to some to ask for increased funding in the middle of COVID-19, but there must be a shield against projected potential state aid losses. There must. And I'm asking our community, our elected officials, our school board, everyone to join together and be united for our future. Next slide, please. It's absolutely critical. Our children need the supports, the additional academic work, the additional time, the additional programming over the next 2 years to deal with this massive disruption in their education, whether they're in pre-K, 4th grade, 7th grade, 12th grade, it doesn't matter. We need to make sure that we are prepared to provide them what they need for their futures. Next slide, please. We heard from the board, and we asked our budget advisory, which is a broad-based stakeholder group. We asked our associate superintendents and directors. We asked our associations, what are the priorities? And this is what we heard from them: equity, overcoming learning loss, academics, expanding pre-K, technology, anti-racism, mental health, new curriculum, which we have in place in many areas, and we're going to continue to build out our curriculum, physical well-being. In order to do these things, we must be united. It's critical that we ask our community and that we come together to be united around this budget. Next slide, please. So here are the priorities that we think we need to focus on. And I'm going to start at the bottom, because at the most fundamental level, we need to maintain a coherent and effective school system. We need to continue to reimagine staff roles and duties. We've done a tremendous amount of that. And, there are many things that when we come out of COVID-19 and we're back in what is more familiar, that we should not change. For example, I would call on every school, and I will be expecting that every school will have a student well-being team, whether COVID-19 is part of the environment or not, where we really reach out and know and understand the circumstance of each student as a learner and as a person. We're going to have to establish a virtual school because we know there are circumstances, health conditions, and continue on that practice for the foreseeable future and support our families where that is necessary for their circumstances going forward around their health and well-being. We need to broaden and enhance our community school effort. Our most vulnerable children. There is a profound difference in a school when we line up children 10 by 10, and one of those children is in poverty. That's a 10% poverty rate, versus 8 or 9 of those 10 children are in poverty. That's an 80 or 90% poverty rate. Community schools are an effective, focused, targeted, critical way to deal with that circumstance and to provide children access, opportunity, and the very best possible circumstances as they walk off the stage with a diploma and go out into the world and both benefit from this community and contribute back to it. We must broaden and enhance what we're doing in our schools with the highest levels of poverty. And what better time to start than right now? We've got to provide additional support for struggling learners and learning loss across every school. And that's not about students in poverty or not in poverty. That's about knowing every student, their circumstances, and what they need, because we're all in this together, but it has affected us differently depending on our circumstances. And finally, we've got to continue to expand mental health and wellness supports for students across our staff, across our community, and make that available, because just because we can walk back into schools doesn't mean we're going to have exactly the same reaction to that experience. When we all come back together, there are going to be effects from that too. And we're going to have to be ready to address those effects. It is very strange. When we think about that, we just think we'll open the doors and everyone will walk back in. We are 9 months next week into this experience. It has changed us all, and we must pay attention to the mental health and wellness of our students and our staff and support for our families. Next slide, please. So that operating budget development calendar, we've put a few more items on this one so that people are very aware of where these things are. You can see here, December 3rd is today. We're just giving the framework. December 8th, next week, our county council will receive updates on the county's projected revenue, something we should all pay attention to. December 17th, I apologize, that did not get changed. That's my fault. December 17th, let's make sure we change that before we post it up for the community. There will be a digital presentation that goes deeper into the actual numbers and the offices and how they will work. And we've done that the last several years, where that week we've put out all the detail. December 2020, the Maryland Spending Affordability Committee will look at a cap on spending in the General Assembly. January 13th, the Maryland General Assembly will come back together. January 20th, the governor will transmit his budget, and we'll know, at least in general, what our state aid estimates are. Late February will be the tentative adoption, that's my recommendation, of the 2022 operating budget. March 1st, we'll send that to the county government and the county executive, and we'll incorporate that into the county budget, and it will go over to the county council. On March 15th, typically, the county executive releases his operating budget for FY22, and on May 20th, the county council budget action will occur. A tremendous amount of work is going to have to be done around and to and with this budget, and it's going to have a lot of shifts and changes as the context of the funding and the needs becomes clear, so that we have a well-aligned, well-designed, most appropriate budget, and that we are united for the future of the children of MCPS. That's our initial budget presentation today, Ms. Wolf and members of the Board of Education. And we'll start from here. And before we know it, we'll look up and it will be June, and we will be adopting the FY22 budget right here at this board table. And we need to ensure it is the right budget for this school system. Thank you.
Thank you. At this time, we'll take any questions from the board or comments. Does anyone have any? I don't see anyone's. Oh, okay, Ms. Silvestri.
Thank you for the presentation. I wanted to ask about the video presentation that will be coming out next week or the 15th.
The 17th.
How much detail? Sorry about that.
No, it was my mistake, so that didn't get changed. My fault. A lot of detail, Ms. Silvestri. For example, one of the things we'll address is that a lot of people have said to us, well, you must be saving millions of dollars because you're not running buses. But the fact is we are running buses. We've been running lots of school buses, not as many as we run when we pick up children every day, but lots of school buses. And many of our transportation folks have been working every day, delivering meals, delivering technology, providing translation and interpretation services for families, because all of a sudden everything is through the Zoom, through the telephone, this way. And so it requires many more translation services, as well as participating in other teams around curriculum distribution and those sorts of things. Other people say, well, you must be saving millions of dollars on utilities. Well, we will save a little bit of money this year on utilities, but it won't be millions of dollars because our buildings have been open since last spring when we started bringing people back in. Remember to provide students the materials they left in their lockers because they left on March 13th thinking they were going to come back in 2 weeks. And of course, they didn't come back at all last year. So a profound amount of work has been done. And when your budget is 91% plus in staff costs, and those staff are engaged in thousands and thousands and thousands of touches per week with the community, the cost, you just change what you're doing. You don't change the cost. But we'll address that on the 17th. We'll address the departmental budgets that people are used to seeing, special education, curriculum, instruction, all of those things. We'll address the priorities that we indicated in this presentation today. And we'll address the drastic nature of what's going to happen to the budget if we don't have these shifts at the General Assembly level and in the county level.
So I guess my question is the budget based on the worst case scenario if we don't have those shifts, or are you making assumptions about some things that will happen in order to make recommendations about the budget?
So the only assumptions we can make will be the ones that are currently allowable under the laws of Maryland. So, for example, today I indicated, and I know it's shocking to some, that we're going to need a pretty substantial amount of money over maintenance of effort. That will be in the budget we present. We'll also address, though, in that budget, the way that the problems can be mitigated if shifts are made at the General Assembly. So we'll say this is the circumstance, but if the General Assembly can change the way the state funding formula works, then we can make this circumstance. So we will try to address those things. And then as we go through January, February, March, and April, we'll constantly be revising and rethinking how that fits together with the Board of Education to see where we ultimately end up, because it's going to be a reprioritizing and revising over and over until we know the actual circumstance we're in. But we'll start on the 17th of December, compliant with and in line with the laws that currently exist, not the ones we hope will be in place by the adoption of this budget.
Great, thank you.
Thank you.
I'm sorry, Ms. O'Neill, I saw your hand.
Yes. I having lived as a board member through the last Great Recession, we could see the path, although we didn't like it, of what we were going to be facing. Now I feel like MCPS is a giant freighter in the middle of the ocean, and we don't know when we know when we'll reach the safe harbor. It'll be in June when we take final action. But we are caught in the middle of a storm, and we're going to be riding those waves up and down through the legislative session, through the revenues that Montgomery County revenue shortfalls Montgomery County is facing. We're going to have to keep our eye on the instructional core, on our student needs throughout, and we're going to have to ride through that storm until we get to June, when, we may end up having to make some reductions. And I know that we will take a scalpel and not an axe, because we've got to preserve what we have and move forward in our recovery, our true recovery of learning next year. We're going to have tremendous needs, but we're going to have to ride those waves until we get to June, and we can see the end.
Absolutely.
Okay, does anyone else have any comments they'd like to make? Dr. Daka? Dr. Daka, you're on mute. You're on mute.
Message that came down and covered everything. So the only thing that I'm thinking about, and I've been through at least 2 recessions here. I remember the first one when we had to cut down the heating to 68% and teachers could only have a certain amount of paper. We just made all kinds of cuts and then rebounded. This time, though, I'm just questioning in my mind, are people at the state level really thinking about the kids that we've lost? There are 3,100, maybe more. Where do they think they've gone? To New Jersey or Delaware? They're going to come back. So we need to be thinking as far forward as that.
Yes. Absolutely.
Does anyone else have any comments or questions? Okay, I think we can go back to public comments. I've been informed that hopefully the technology gods are with us. So we're going to start with Kevin Dougherty. Can you pull that up, please?
Good afternoon. My name is Kevin Doherty, and I'm here today to talk about the value of a second opinion. And I'd like to start with a true story about my 10-year-old son. My son loves baseball. 2 years ago, when he was 8, he was hit by a fastball right in the knee. He crumbled to the ground and was in a great deal of pain. My wife and I scooped him up and rushed him to urgent care. The doctor at this urgent care facility was, and still is, a very good doctor. He's Ivy League educated and has served the community for years. He examined my son. He felt around the knee and watched him walk down the hallway. He prescribed over-the-counter pain relievers, a prescription steroid, and said he would be fine in just a few days. At home, my son felt better with the medicine in his body, but my wife and I still felt unsure. With something as important as the health of your child, we did what any parent would do. We got a second opinion. The next day, we took him to another doctor who did an x-ray and discovered that he had a fractured patella, a broken kneecap. His leg would be immobilized for 8 weeks, but he would recover just fine, which he did. But this doctor did emphasize that if it had gone untreated, it would have affected his ability to walk or run for the rest of his life. Getting a second opinion literally changed the trajectory of my son's life. We weren't mad at the first doctor. He was educated and experienced, but he was also wrong. And when you are responsible for the health and well-being of a child, you get a second opinion. Parents do it every day. But for some reason, when MCPS is responsible for the health, well-being, and education of 160,000 children, we are not getting that second opinion. We are relying on the opinion of one doctor who happens to be an extreme outlier in the field. So today, I urge you to consider a second opinion on the criticality of opening schools and what thresholds are acceptable. The good news is that there is an abundance of second opinions already available to you, from doctors with better credentials and more experience than our local health secretary. We can start with Dr. Fauci, who recently said, if you look at the data, the spread among children and from children is not very big at all. Or Dr. Redfield, head of the CDC, who said, for kids K through 12, one of the safest places that they can be is to remain in school. Or Dr. Ashish Jha, dean of the Brown School of Public Health, who said schools should be the last thing to close and the first to reopen. The list goes on and on. Second, third, and fourth opinions are all in agreement. School is essential, and the children must return to the classroom. And we cannot use the overly restrictive thresholds of a single outlier doctor to dictate when our students return. So today, as you question MCPS staff on reopening, please consider all the second opinions and the growing consensus amongst true experts in the field. A return to school is not only safe, but necessary. And when it comes time to formally vote on this plan, you must either vote no if the plan is tied to those metrics, or conditionally approve, dependent upon MCPS returning with new thresholds or entirely new metrics. The health, well-being, and education of 160,000 children are dependent on.
Okay, I think we're having another technological glitch. So why don't we take the video down, Santos, and we will move to amending the budget to do pilot courses next. Can I get a motion to amend the budget to move to pilot courses next?
I move.
Can I get a second?
Second.
All in favor? And that is unanimous. Dr. Smith?
Yes, we're here today to do something that is a regular part of the MCPS work that we do each year. And Ms. Hazel, our Associate Superintendent for Curriculum Instruction, is here today with us to talk about the pilot courses and this process. Ms. Hazel? So you know what I just realized? She may not realize we've gotten to this point in the agenda yet. That's likely. So
Well, okay. Let us give the TV people a little bit longer, and we'll just go on and move into our recovery of education, and we'll push back on the public comments till further down the road.
Okay.
I don't know whether we have to amend the agenda again, but just in case, can I get a motion to amend the agenda to go on and move to the recovery of education?
So moved.
Second.
All in favor? Raise your hands. And that is unanimous. Dr. Smith?
Yes, we're here today, as the previous public comment indicated, to continue the conversation and the work. And a great deal of work has been done, and even more work lies ahead as we push forward to try to reintroduce our students back into the physical space of schools in the coming month. We had preliminarily recommended that we bring small groups of students back in January, and then start phasing in groups of students in second semester, the first day of second semester, which is February 1st. So we're going to address that today, talk about the timeline and for that decision and the information that is available and will continue to come available. We want to make sure that we are doing everything that we can to get students back into schools in the most appropriate way. And I know this has been said many, many times, but with over 1 million people in Montgomery County, there are a lot of different perspectives on everything. And there are a lot of different perspectives on this. And yet we have to develop a plan and move forward always with the best interests of our students and the best interest of our families. And those students bring to school tremendous number of different circumstances and situations in life. So we do follow the CDC guidelines, and Mr. Turner will talk about this in a few minutes, but there's nothing in our plan that says reintroducing students in some form can only happen when we have fewer than 5 cases per 100,000. And so we'll continue to say that. Our guidelines are aligned with the CDC, with the Maryland State Department of Health, and with the Maryland Department of Education. We work closely with our health department. We also work at the local level, but we also work very, very closely with a team of specialists from the Maryland State Health Department. Every week we talk to them, and Dr. McKnight and her team talk to the local folks as well as to the state folks. I talk to the state health experts every week and hear what they have to say. And I will share that about as of last week on the Burbio school opening tracker, about 50% of the students in this country are in all virtual. About 17% are in some sort of combination, and about 33% are currently in school buildings. And as a grandfather who has grandchildren in all different kinds of circumstances in different states, I think about that personally every day, all the time. It's critically important that we want our students and staff to be in the schools, that we want to have all the protocols, all the protective equipment, all the systems in place to make that work. And that's what this presentation is about today. And now I'm going to ask Dr. McKnight to continue with the staff that she works closely with every single day and walk us through the different areas that are on the agenda today. So Dr. McKnight, I'll turn it over to you.
Thank you, Dr. Smith, and good afternoon, board members. Today we're here to give you an update on the Recovery of Education Plan. And as Dr. Smith stated, we very much have been planning on 2 tracks. One, what does it look like and how do we plan for the needs of our students when we're able to bring them back in person, which is all of our interest, knowing that some of our students thrive and better in an in-person experience, and some are working through a virtual environment that's working for them. The good news is that we're planning for both experiences, and that's why we've engaged our community in completing the survey to figure out what's best for each family and then making that decision. And at the same time, we also have this unique opportunity to really just think about what is it that we are learning throughout this entire management of the pandemic that will help us build a better learning opportunity for our students beyond just even this year. So the team, the MCPS team and I are constantly working through all of those scenarios. And today we're going to specifically talk more about what we are learning about how our students are doing in the virtual environment and how those plans are going in terms of planning. So today you're going to hear updates specifically relating to the opening of schools based on the findings from the first marking period and the parent preference responses. So we have said all along, we will come and talk about the data of how our students have done in the first marking period. So we're going to share that with you today. And again, give an update on our parent responses. We have monitored those responses every day, every week since we opened the window. And we've done that because we wanted to see in which directions were our parents making decisions about what was best for their kids. And I have to say, our well-being teams have done a tremendous job of reaching out to our families, knowing that this was going to require a lot of individual dedicated support to make sure we were reaching out to families we have not heard from, and that effort continues. So today we're going to have a more in-depth look at the work of the well-being teams and exactly how they were able to do that and navigate those processes, and how the system's approach to outreach by these teams is helping to connect with MCPS families. Again, another opportunity for us as we think about outreach that will continue in MCPS through the pandemic, after the pandemic, and years to come. There are a number of things that we're learning that are successful to us about reaching out to our families in a meaningful way, in which we've had to be very creative in doing that. So as we plan for various options to return to the buildings, you're also going to hear the timeline that will guide our action steps through February 1st, which marks the beginning of second semester, so that you will understand exactly what we're doing up to that point and how we are planning for the safe and successful return of our staff and students when we're able to in an in-person experience. So at this time, we're going to hear an update on the well-being teams from Ms. Rubin and her team, again, which I just applaud greatly because while this is a difficult circumstance, this was an opportunity for us to really find significant ways of going and reaching beyond with our parents and families in a different way. And just a side note, Dr. Smith and I had the opportunity to hear from some of our teachers when we gave the Green Blot Award this week. And some of the comments that they shared with us in terms of how our teachers are going above and beyond to connect with our families, it was just indeed heartwarming. And I believe that in so many ways, this pandemic has forced us to go beyond what we would normally do to develop those connections. And I'm hoping that those are connections that will continue to strengthen the relationships between our communities and our staff and our schools and our system and our community beyond. And Ms. Rubin and her team provide excellent examples in terms of how they have paved the path forward to do that. So at this time, I will turn it over to Ms. Rubin and her team.
Thank you so much, Dr. McKnight. My comments are very brief, as I would just love the team to jump right in, but this is just really important work. And so we thought it would be nice to hear from a school-based member of our team, as well as the director, Mr. Steve Neff. So I'm going to pass it on over to Steve to take it away.
Thank you, Ms. Rubin. Can we have the slide deck, please? And we can go to the next slide. Good afternoon, board members. Thank you for having me. My name is Steve Neff, Director of Pupil Personnel and Attendance Services. Next slide, please. In recent board meetings, we have shared information and data related to the work being done by student well-being teams in schools. These data continue to share the progress that is being made. In today's presentation, we plan to discuss the ongoing work of student well-being teams, as well as a specific effort made towards students who had been non-engaged since the start of school. The Office of Technology and Innovation provided a list of over 600 students who had not logged into any virtual platform for the first 8 weeks of school. The following slides share data on those students. Next slide, please. These data show the geographical areas we know we must target in our initial outreach. The multicolored bars illustrate that we are talking about the entire high school cluster, not the high schools themselves, and they exclude the pre-K data. They also show what level of schooling might be the highest level of concern in each cluster. Clusters within either the Down County or Northeast Consortia should be viewed in light of the fact that the elementary and middle school students cut across high schools as part of the choice process. Next slide. This heat map provided by our partners in DHHS allows us to see where the greatest number of non-engaged students are by their zip code. The darker colors indicate those zip codes in which there is the greatest number of non-engaged students per 1,000 students. Next slide, please. Another data set, this time by level. What does it say to us that a much greater percentage of the non-engaged students in our high schools are Hispanic students? And what does this portend for us in terms of the interventions that we need to employ? Next slide. So as Dr. McKnight mentioned, we did a dedicated drill down effort. SFSE school-based staff members were engaged to provide input on those 600 plus students who were identified as having no logins for the first 8 weeks of school. For many, there were explanations that did not involve non-engagement. For example, they might have been dually enrolled at MC or previously withdrawn, or there were pre-K students whose families did not finish their registration process. We even had unique situations where twin elementary school students were logging in under a single login, and it inadvertently looked like the other one was non-engaged. We've also been partnering with our partners in linkages to learning and the wellness centers to gauge their level of outreach and involvement with our non-engaged students and families. Ultimately, we were able to drill down to a list of students and families most in need of the first wave of in-person outreach, and have pushed those names back out to our student well-being teams with specific suggestions for further outreach. We know that it is the building of relationships and the relationships already built that will help get families to work closer with us to improve their children's engagement. Next slide, please. So for the student data from post week 8, 681 students had been reported as not having logged into Zoom. So we sent the survey out to school-based staff asking if they had any contact with those students and to give us the reasons why they were not engaged. And the data here speaks to the various reasons why, when we know, we've heard that there's a trouble with engaging. And the main focus of this, as Dr. McKnight said, was to continue to drill down to those students and families who have the greatest challenges with engagement and to reach out and touch each of those students and families. So on the next slide, we've identified families that we titled Challenge to Engagement and Not Engaged. And I'll explain what those mean. Challenge to engagement are are families that have been in relative touch with us, but they are expressing over and over the reasons why their children cannot be engaged. The not engaged are those families that we are truly having difficulty having any meaningful communication or dialogue with. So these 300 students are the students we are now going to focus our increased outreach efforts on. And as Dr. McKnight and Dr. Smith both said, these are approaches, this data analysis approach and this outreach plan can be replicated for future data sets of less engaged students. I wanted to take the opportunity now to turn it over to Ms. St. John, a pupil personnel worker, and she's going to talk more specifically about the work of the student well-being team.
Good afternoon. I'm Jackie St. John. I'm a pupil personnel worker in Silver Spring. I have 3 elementary and 1 middle school. The purpose of the student well-being team continues to be a systematic process to identify students and families in need of our support. Student well-being teams across the county are consistently following a tiered approach to addressing student needs. In practice, each school may differ in their approach depending on the needs of the school. So as you could see from the graph, attendance and engagement continue to be the major concerns addressed by student well-being teams. student well-being teams are continuing to develop a number of creative strategies to connect with hard-to-reach families. One strategy has been for us to use a sibling contact as a method to reach a family where school staff have been unsuccessful. I'm working with a family with 3 children at 2 of my schools. All 3 children are not attending school regularly. The student well-being team at my elementary school has been discussing ways to support the siblings' improved attendance and decided to offer the Equity Hub as a support, which Mom agreed. Simultaneously, teachers at my middle school were having trouble engaging the brother and reaching the family. Through using the sibling contact information, we have been able to connect with the parent and refer for wraparound supports for the middle school student and also check-ins regularly. Other creative strategies that student well-being teams are using are calling and texting parents in the evening and on weekends when they're not working, sending emails through Synergy, mailing home engagement packets, which include the student attendance and schedule, along with suggested strategies for parents, and working with our other PPW and PCC colleagues to obtain family contact information for our shared families. We have now gotten down to less than 200 students whose families we have been unable to reach. Next slide, please. Hispanic students continue to be the most discussed students by student well-being teams. Students in poverty and limited English proficient students are also highly represented among these discussed, as well as students receiving special ed services. Now I will turn it back over to Mr. Neff.
Okay, thank you, Ms. St. John. Next slide, please. Many schools feel like they have exhausted all of their outreach options given current concerns with health and safety. So student and family support and engagement is standing up a campaign connected to the Stay Connected message to find additional and creative ways to engage students and families. Again, we will be engaging with our community partners, the Collaboration Council, Linkages to Learning, DHHS in this work. The campaign will be using many of the social media and other media avenues available to get the messaging out about the availability of resources and support to targeted families. Our greatest task is to create targeted and effective in-person outreach engagement events, which take into account the safety of staff and families, particularly in light of the recent rise in COVID-19 cases. We plan to find families where they already are, for example, at meal distribution sites, and to create incentives to re-engage our less engaged students. We have plans for how we might support non-engaged pre-K students and families with paper materials and educational supplies. And we will collaborate with our faith community partners who have ready access to many of our families. Next, you will hear an update from Dr. Keisha Addison, Director in Shared Accountability for the Office of Teaching, Learning, and Schools. She worked with her team to compile the Marking Period 1 data. Then you will hear from Mrs. Hazel and Mr. Murphy about a short-term plan for programming. Dr. Addison, you may begin the presentation.
Thank you, Mr. Neff. Next slide, please. Good afternoon. I will be sharing with you the distribution of course marks in English and mathematics for students in grades 6, 9, and 12 during Marking Period 1. I will also share a comparison to Marking Period 1 from the prior year in this presentation of grades. As part of this presentation, you will see 2 different approaches. For students in grade 6, the comparison will be the prior year's grade 6 students, meaning the data represented will be 2 different cohorts. For current grade 9 and current grade 12 students, the prior year's data will be shown, shown will be the performance of the same students in the previous grade. Meaning for current grade 9 students, you will see their Marking Period 1 performance of their 8th grade year. And for current grade 12 students, you will see their Marking Period 1 performance in grade 11. I will remind you of these differences as I share the information during this segment of the presentation. In the upcoming slides, there are highlights in either purple or orange. Data in purple highlight reflects a positive shift or a move in the right direction, and data with an orange highlight are a negative shift or move in the wrong direction. As a note, not all data shifts will be highlighted. Next slide, please. We begin with the Marking Period 1 performance for English of 2 different cohorts of grade 6 students. One reason for the two cohorts is the difference in the grading at the elementary level, which uses the standards-based report card. As you look at the data, you will notice the purple outline for percentages of A's. Compared to last year's grade 6 students, there are higher percentages of A's across all student groups for this year's grade 6 students this marking period. Overall, across the student focus groups, we see a slightly lower total percentage of students earning A's, B's, and C's this school year in marking period 1 compared to last school year. Additionally, on this slide, you will notice in the increase in the percentage of grade 6 students this year with E's, the highest percentages being observed for Black or African American students impacted by poverty and our Hispanic or Latino students impacted by poverty. For last year's grade 6 students, 3.1% of Black or African American students impacted by poverty had an E in English in marking period 1. This year, it is 11.1%. A similar observation can be made for Hispanic Latino students impacted by poverty, with 3.3% last year and 17.6% this year. Next slide, please. Continuing with English for grade 6, here are differences with students receiving services. A similar pattern is observed where there are higher percentages of A's comparing the two cohorts of students, but also higher percentages of E's. The percentage of E's are higher for students receiving services this year compared to those receiving services last year. For last year's grade 6 students, 3% of students impacted by poverty had an E in English and marking period 1. This year, it is 14.5%. A similar shift is also present for students receiving special education services, with 4.5% last year and 10% for this year. For grade 6 students identified as limited English proficient, last year, 3.2% received E's, and this year, 15%. Next slide, please. Shifting to mathematics, we do not see the same pattern of higher percentages of A's that we saw for English. However, we do see a similar pattern with the higher percentage of E's for this year's grade 6 students. There are also some shifts in the percentage of D's with higher percentages this year compared to grade 6 students from last school year. Next slide, please. For students receiving services, there are overall lower percentages of students this school year earning A's, B's, and C's. In mathematics this school year, we see higher percentages of students receiving services, receiving E's in math compared to grade 6 students last year. For students receiving farms, last year was about 4%, and this year it is 19%. For special education last year, about 6%, and this year about 16%. And for students identified as limited English proficient, 4% last year and 21% this school year. Next slide, please. Now I will transition to the view that shows the same students. As a reminder, these displays represent the grades earned in marking period 1 for current grade 9 students and their performance in marking period 1 of their 8th grade year. One thing you will notice is that for some student groups, there are lower percentages of A's. There are lower percentages of total A's, B's, and C's to grades earned last year in grade 8. Similar to what was observed for grade 6 students, there are higher percentages of E's, with the highest percentages being for African American students impacted by poverty, 5% in grade 8 and 31% in grade 9, and Hispanic Latino students impacted by poverty, 6% in grade 8 and 42% in grade 9. Next slide, please. For students receiving services, a similar pattern with lower overall percentages of A's and B's and C's and higher percentages of E's is observed. Next slide, please. Shifting to mathematics for current grade 9 students, there are lower percentages of students earning A's in marking period 1 compared to their grades in marking period 1 from 8th grade. Additionally, there are higher percentages of E's during their grade 9 school year compared to marking period 1 of their grade 8 school year for all student groups, with the highest percentages being observed for African American students impacted by poverty and Hispanic Latino students impacted by poverty. Next slide, please. For current grade 9 students receiving services, again, similar shifts and percentages are observed with lower percentages of A's, B's, and C's compared to their performance in marking period 1 of their 8th grade year. There are large increases in the percentages of students who had E's in marking period 1 for all service groups, with the highest percentage for students identified as limited English percent with about 45%. Next slide, please. Now I will shift to marking period 1 grades for current grade 12 students, comparing grades earned in marking period 1 of their 11th grade year. There are higher percentages of A's in English for almost all student groups, with the exception of Hispanic Latino students impacted by poverty, which remain relatively steady. Again, there are increases in the percentages of E's, with the higher percentages in grade 12 for Hispanic Latino students impacted by poverty, with 26%, and Hispanic Latino students not impacted by poverty with 21%. Next slide, please. For services, for students receiving FARMS and those receiving special education services, there are higher percentages in A's for students in grade 12 compared to their performance in 11th grade. Again, there are higher percentages for students in marking period 1 of grade 12 receiving E's compared to their grades earned in marking period 1 and 11th grade. Next slide, please. Transitioning to mathematics for marking period 1 grades for current grade 12 students compared to their marking period 1 grades in 11th grade, we see there are higher percentages of A's and higher percentages of E's in grade 12 compared to grade 11. The higher percentages of E's are observed for Hispanic Latino students, those impacted by poverty, followed by those not impacted by poverty. Next slide, please. For students receiving services, a similar pattern is observed. Higher percentages of A's in grade 12 for some students receiving services compared to last year when they were in grade 11. There was a slight decrease for students identified as limited English proficient this year. Now we'll turn it over to Ms. Hazel, who will share about supports to students and schools.
Thank you, Dr. Addison. Data presented by Dr. Addison show that while some of our students are making academic gains and experiencing success with virtual instruction, many of our students, particularly our African American and Hispanic Latino students impacted by poverty, and many of our students receiving services, especially ESOL, have seen significant increases in the number of D's and E's that they are receiving on the report card, particularly in the area of mathematics. The Office of Teaching, Learning, and Schools has worked very closely with our school principals, teacher leaders, and parent groups to discuss the root causes and challenges experienced by students and teachers. We have come up with some immediate and long-term actions in response to these data. In response to the concern that we are hearing that the pacing of the curriculum is too fast, we have adjusted the content to include only the major standards in the course, with the intention of giving teachers more time for teaching those new concepts. Along with the pacing, we've also adjusted the assessments to align with the adjusted curriculum and have reduced the number of MAP assessments and secondary progress checks administered throughout the school year. We believe this will give schools more instructional time, particularly at the secondary level. Professional learning for schools around the analysis of the assessment data, particularly MAP, and the instructional implications is well underway for our principals and school leaders. In addition to assessment training, we also recognize that virtual instruction is very new to many of our teachers. And so we are preparing a team of central office staff and school-based staff to provide job-embedded training to support teachers on best instructional practices for virtual instruction specifically. Our priority will be first to focus on instruction related to mathematics before we move on to the other areas. As we see, our data and national research indicates that the elementary and middle school students are falling behind in mathematics compared to the literacy. Finally, as it relates to professional learning, our curriculum vendors are also providing training specifically targeted at meeting the instructional needs of our ESOL students, and that training will begin next week. We also want to acknowledge the work that our schools are doing. They have really taken a look at the use of their Wednesdays and have enhanced the Wednesdays. They are making direct requests of our students and inviting them to participate in support sessions and reteaching opportunities. We are also forming a cross-office and school-based work group specifically to address those students who are earning the D's and E's during the first marking period. And so we are working on a short-term plan and a long-term plan. We will adjust the course sequence in marking period 3 to allow for more reteaching opportunities. And we've also begun the initial stages of planning for summer school with the emphasis on those students who've received D's and E's in the core content. And we are exploring different models of summer school options, including increasing credit options. Our schools are also using multiple data points to determine which students should receive before and after school tutoring. And they are using evidence-based interventions or reteaching concepts that were taught during the school day. And we also have students taking advantage of our Saturday school opportunities. And finally, we realize that the pandemic will have long-term implications for many of our students beyond this school year. And our work group is going to be developing long-range plans for our course sequences and pacing for the next year or two as we move along. Now I'd like to also hand it to Mr. Murphy, who will talk about the immediate changes we're making to our grading and reporting structures.
Thank you, Ms. Hazel. If we could go to the next slide, please. At the secondary level, the other area that we've studied deeply and talked with lots of stakeholders about is the actual grading and reporting practices at the secondary level. You heard Mrs. Hazel talk about the adjustments in content and pacing, the adjustments with assessments, but we're also making immediate adjustments to some of the grading and reporting guidance that teachers in schools receive. This responds to wide-ranging feedback about the volume of assignments that students have, as well as the time that they're spending in asynchronous work outside of class. So to summarize some of the adjustments for marking period 2 that are in place now, one is the removal of the 10% required category for progress checks. Previously, those were a required 10% of the grade. As Ms. Hazel mentioned, these assessments are being reduced and the 10% category and that weighting is being removed. The guidance also has a reduction in the recommended range of graded assignments for students at the secondary level and also provides some clarity about flexibility for students with due dates and deadlines. There's also additional guidance about implementation of what we call the 50% rule, which is a failing grade of E in place of it putting a 0 in the grade book. So those are some immediate changes that are underway right now. Moving forward, as we look ahead, we're also studying the structures of the secondary schedule itself, exploring what's working, what's not, and what additional changes may need to be made for the second semester. Also looking at exploring ways to find additional instructional time. For example, on Saturdays for preparation for AP exams, on Saturdays or after school for continued additional instructional time for students will also be part of what continues to expand as we look ahead farther down the road and into the second semester. So that concludes this part of the presentation. We can now turn it back to the board for discussion.
Okay, Ms. Harris, I see your hand. And can we do this one question at a time and we'll come back around a second time if there are more questions so that we can get to everybody?
Okay, so I have a lot of questions. So you want me just to ask the first question, move on, come back around? Okay. So the first question I have is when we're looking at the data showing both students who aren't connecting and students who are failing, how much are we really drilling down to the individual school level? And operationalizing all of our partners in each school community to help us understand why students are either not participating or experiencing challenges that are affecting their performance. So are we looking at the NAACP, Parents Council, PTAs, student organizations, things like that to help us understand how we can best connect?
Thank you, Ms. Harris, for that question. And as you said so eloquently just a moment ago, the reason that we actually shared the student engagement data and then shared the actual performance data was because we actually wanted you to see there is an alignment, unfortunately, sometimes in terms of our students who may not be engaging and then looking at how the grades are being impacted. And absolutely, we have to be able to look at that with due diligence because one problem is going to help correct another. Now, there are some students who may be resulting in grades that were not reflective of what their experience was before because of the virtual environment. But then there are also other factors that we have to consider in terms of what about the environment do we need to change to help them? And if they are not engaging at all, and that's impacting their grades, then again, how do we engage them? And so you're right, we cannot work in isolation. We have learned that since March and have actually been with a number of other groups. I know through our Deputies Advisory Group, where we have a number of our different stakeholders as a part of that, we utilize the leaders within that group to help do some outreach with their stakeholders to help us determine what it is, what the support is that they need. We have the faith-based initiative that we have working with a number of organizations within our community that are supporting and helping figure out ways that they can support the students that live within their communities to help address these specific issues. But I just wanted to tell you, these are definitely some things that we have working right now with community organizations. But in terms of that drill down to the level of who's engaged, who's not, and how does that fit into the grades, I will definitely turn it over to Dr. Wilson and her team to talk more specifically about that.
Thank you, Ms. Harris. That's an excellent question. And it really boils down to one student at a time. That's been our approach. When we started the school year, we were in the 4,000s, quite frankly, in terms of the numbers of students that we still had on our books, but we weren't necessarily engaged with. And we came to find out that some of those numbers that we were seeing really, we found that some of those students, as Dr. Smith said earlier on, really had moved from the district, but we didn't have evidence of that. And so with the work that Ms. Rubin's team has done, it's about looking at each individual student who's tied to each individual school and customizing the supports to those students. And it looks very different, as evidenced by the testimony and the information shared today. So we are very proud of the number that we are down to, which is around 300 students, as Mr. Neff indicated. And we will continue in our efforts to connect with the families and with the supports inside of the community to help those families so that we can see higher levels of engagement. I'll shift now to Mr. Neff, who might want to add some additional information in answer to your question, especially as you name some of the community partners that we've been engaged with.
I think you and Dr. McKnight said it perfectly, Dr. Wilson. We're embracing all of the support from agencies and partners we can get, Collaboration Council, linkages to learning, the wellness centers. We are working very closely with the Black and Brown Coalition and the Community Foundation around equity hubs. We're reaching out to student organizations to help us promote the message. So I'm just going to agree with you and Dr. McKnight that we are exploring any and all community partners to help us with this engagement work.
I have a question that kind of follows up on Ms. Harris's question. As I understand it, we have defined engagement by logging into the class or whatever. Is that what we're doing? And if so, then the engagement numbers going down aren't matching the number of failures we're having.
That's a great observation, Mrs. Wolf, and it's really a two-part story here. When you think about engagement, certainly, yes, we are looking for evidence of log on because, as the board knows, that's tied to our attendance. So basically, we know who is logging on. But the most important mirror or window, if you will, into engagement is what the students are doing inside of the virtual environment. And that is the most important measure of the engagement. And so as we look at the Ds and Es that the board has seen today, this again is why we need to get down to the services that we're going to be providing to each individual student that received those Ds and Es. That's why we are now looking forward to what we can provide. Especially, I'm excited about the opportunities that will come if we have an in-person model in second semester and the possibilities of being able to provide before and after in-person tutoring, as well as Saturday in-person tutoring, because we'll have the door open to do so. So it is a matter of now the engagement through the DE, through the grades, and what specifically, as Ms. Hazel raised, we are doing to increase that engagement to improve the students' outcomes in those courses.
Ms. Wolf, if I may, I just wanted to point out, just for a point that could be a bit of confusion about this. When we first started on the virtual environment, you're correct. It was in the spring in which we initially started to look at log on as a way that we defined engagement. But when after we had been in that format through the spring and going into the later part of the spring and this year, that's when we were able to add on other pieces to help us better define student engagement that went beyond the logins. And that was involving the teachers, the grades, the attendance, and the engagement, so that we had a much better picture of who was engaged, how they were engaged, even down to the point of if students were showing up on camera every day, but yet they weren't turning in assignments. They were counting for attendance, but still apparently wasn't being successful. So we were in a much better place than we came from in the spring to be able to find that engagement, to be more specific about the student needs. I just wanted to add that in there because at some point that was the window that we had to look at when we first started.
Okay, I saw Ms. Mandrowski next, and then Ms. O'Neill.
Thank you. I appreciate the report and the information that you're providing us. It breaks my heart to see these, so many of these numbers. I have one is more of a, I've had a lot of conversations, particularly with parents of students who are receiving special services, whether it's ESOL services or special education services, who really feel like they need so much more support. And obviously, I'm very hopeful that we will be getting our students, those who want to be able to go back into the person learning as soon as possible. But I know that's coming up next, so I'm not going to touch on that now. But in reference to the grading and report, the supports to students in school slides and the grading and reporting, secondary adjustments for marking period 2 slide, I'm concerned about the fact that I feel like it reads as though we are making adjustments to make our numbers look better rather than specifically reaching out to the children who are struggling and figuring out how to make sure that they're not struggling anymore or provide services for them. I mean, we've talked in the past about there might even be some students who may not have had an IEP in the past, but because of this style learning need one, or, and I've heard from parents who feel that their IEPs aren't being met and they've asked their teachers about it, and the teacher didn't even know that they had an IEP because it's all new. How are we targeting to make sure that these kids aren't, we knew that gaps were going to get bigger, but these are huge. And how are we targeting students to do what we can to not lose them any further and to help bring them back? And I know you mentioned a couple of the things with the potential for when we're in person, but what are we doing right now?
So I'll talk a little bit about at the high school level, and then I'm to your point, Ms. Smandrowski, about the adjustments that we made for marking period 2, I will turn that over to Scott Murphy to address really the why and why, we brought really practice into alignment with the virtual environment because we've never done this before. So we had to make some observations in marking period 1. And so Mr. Murphy is in a better place with his work with our stakeholders to address that. But I do want to go back to the information. I'm just going to use one example because I can use many. But when we're looking, for instance, at the students in our high schools, and we know what the research says about students who leave 9th grade not on track for graduation. And so our credit analysis and our on track for graduation analysis for all grades, quite frankly, is going to be very critical. And we have enough information in Q1 now to be able to address to the student by student level the concerns that need to be elevated at each school level around these students. Our schools they know the data, they know who has the D's and E's, and they are planning for those students. We are at the same time working on these extended experiences that Ms. Hazel discussed. And again, I want to reemphasize that as we move towards an in-person model, we'll be able to provide the supports in person in that configuration. We have had some reluctance on the part of our community to add more virtual time, if you will, to the day in order to have supports. And I certainly understand that, which is why we're very excited about the promise of being able to provide some in-person support. So again, Ms. Smandrowski, it boils down to the customization for each and every student at that building level and having a toolbox, an array of programs that we can plug students into. I'll give a very quick example of the continuity of learning period of time last year, where our grad validation team did a wonderful job at looking at every single student and doing a credit count. And if the board will recall, you elected to go back to the MSDE or the COMAR standards for graduation. We did a credit analysis. We plugged students into online courses with mentors. And as a result of that work, wonderful work done by our counselors and our schools and our teachers, we graduated more students than we would have had we not had the opportunity really to do that kind of intense programming for students. That same thing is happening, but it's happening earlier now because we're in the fall and not in the spring. So I'll turn it over to Mr. Murphy now, who can talk a little bit about the responses that we've done that certainly aren't to make the numbers look better. They are, in fact, to align practice to the environment that students are in.
Thank you, Dr. Wilson. So with the grading and reporting adjustments that are now in place for marking period 2, I want to take us back to the summertime when we were approaching the opening of school, and we knew that we were returning to a traditional letter grade system, and we knew it was going to be difficult in the virtual environment. So we worked with lots of principals, teachers, parents, students throughout the summer to come up with a set of guidance for teachers to manage things like how many assignments is a reasonable set of assignments in a marking period while we're in virtual learning. How do we handle things like due dates and deadlines in a virtual environment? And we, at the time, put out what we thought was really good guidance for the first marking period. But what we've learned is that for many, many, many students, it was too much. Too many assignments, too much work to do, managing it across 7, 8 classes. We had some grade books in the first marking period that had 20, 30, even more assignments in one class. And the pretty consistent feedback we got was it was too much. The additional pressure around the progress checks, the district assessments being 10% of the grade, this is really directly tied to student well-being, the anxiety, the stress that students have right now, and trying to help them manage the volume of work that they have in this virtual environment. So throughout the month of, really towards the end of October into November, we convened lots of groups of teachers, principals, students, heard some from parents, and that feedback was pretty consistent about needing to make some adjustments, to make some reductions, just to relieve some of that pressure that students and teachers were experiencing through the first marking period. We had the opportunity to make some adjustments as the second marking period began, and now we will continue to do so. This is iterative. We learn every day, every week, every month. And as we look ahead to the second semester, I anticipate we'll probably continue to make adjustments to improve the student experience as best we can.
I appreciate that. Along with that, we were supposed to have started I think, if I'm remembering right, we were supposed to have started the special education assessment testing stuff today. Has that started? And that's for January, correct?
No, the assessment centers have started, and today is the first day. We do have assessments in progress. We have a varying number among the sites, but they are staffed, and the assessment centers are operating as of today.
Okay, that's great. Thank you.
Ms. O'Neill?
Yes, there most definitely is a link between student mental well-being and grades. We had expressed at the last meeting the issue about pacing, kids being slammed by work. So I'm very happy that you have made some adjustments. I still, believe, you can't, and I appreciate the efforts to track down every kid, every family to get them in, to get them engaged. But, I think that our kids are suffering from so much by isolation, frustration, depression. This morning in the front section of the Washington Post was an article about suicide among kids. And, knock on wood, that epidemic has not impacted Montgomery County to date or this year. But, I think the well-being, it's not just coming on camera, until we are back in, person in some way, shape, or form, I think, there isn't a sense of hopelessness that has to be dealt with. I also think on the grading piece, back in August, I mentioned there are some courses like math, foreign language, that really need to be taught every day. And, I'm happy that you're taking a look at the schedules, because 2 days a week is not the same as 5, especially on a sequential course that really requires a repetitive nature. And we heard one of the speakers talk about the middle school at 90 minutes or 60 minutes being too long. That is one of the challenges in schools with block schedules. So are we anticipating changes to the secondary schedules?
I can take a stab at that, Dr. Wilson. We're going to study lots of aspects of the schedule. There's the schedule itself, the 4 periods a day, the two classes a week, plus the Wednesday check-ins. And so that's one structure that we're going to be looking at, making adjustments if needed. But that's not the only thing. The other thing we need to look at is student schedules. You're spot on that things like mathematics or an AP course, English, other courses that have external exams. How do we find more instructional time for certain subject areas? And so that's a structure that we're also looking at, trying to find ways to do that for the second semester. That may be within the structure that currently exists and changing that, or that may be finding extra time in other places that, as we talked about before. So we're going to be looking at all of the above, not just the schedule.
Thank you, Mr. Murphy. I couldn't find the mute button, so I was a little late chiming in there. I'm sorry. I wanted to mention too that, we've talked with a lot of stakeholders about concerns about the load for students. And so one of the other ways that, we've been considering is to think about, have students and families, quite frankly, think about the course load for second semester. And if they want to make adjustments, offer those same courses in the summertime, which is what Ms. Hazel said, is looking at our summer school, our traditional summer school, and possibly adding additional coursework so that we can alleviate some of the load on second semester. But, you heard a budget presentation earlier. That certainly does get connected to what we can offer in a summer program. And we don't want to have our families reduce load and be dependent upon an option that may not become available later, quite frankly. So all of these parts and pieces are connected and push up against each other. And so we're looking at the short-term ways to help reduce the load, and schedule changes may be one of them. And then the long-term planning of how can we supplement a summer program and at the same time reduce the second semester load. So those are just some of the ideas that we can offer at this point. But it was a great question.
We're not just alone in terms of AP and IB sequencing and expectations. Have we been in contact with the College Board or the IB? I mean, I know other districts, students are grappling with the same issue. I mean, have we gotten guidance or have we contacted them?
Yes, we have with both organizations. In fact, earlier this week, on Monday, IB sent a message out to all of the IB schools in the world that there are adjustments being made to the May exams, and they're provisioning for the possibility of virtual again. College Board also recently sent out a nationwide survey of teachers about AP and is starting to signal that what we thought earlier in the year may be a traditional May exam session, that they're provisioning for different possibilities. We do expect some announcements from College Board in January if there are going to be any additional changes or adjustments like there were last year with AP exams. So we will keep you posted, probably expect some news in January.
Dr. Daka, did I see your hand up?
Yes, I was struck by the statistics, and we went through them very, very rapidly. But the fact that between 8th and 9th grade, students got more A's on the virtual or on whatever, the categories that we're using this year, and 11th and 12th grade. But then that the failing grades were higher for some of the categories. And I can't help but think that maybe the engagement part was not there for them, and that the other students did really a better job of following through. But the adjustments for marking period 2, I think, had a lot to do with how successful students were. And I think it's a good thing that that staff put this together to make sure that the range of the graded assignments and the due dates and all those things were a little bit more compatible with what is going on now and how difficult it is for our students to be on screen and doing the same kind of work that was done before. Thank you.
Dr. Daka, that's a really important point that you just made. And we need to think about this. All of us need to think about it, because it's not a binary. We can't generalize to all students any of this. It's not yes or no. We can look at the 12th grade English grades, for example, in special education, and students in 12th grade, more students did better than they have typically in 12th grade. What can we learn from that in this circumstance? That's the question. At the same time, more students did worse. If you look at the B's and C's, some percentage got better, some percentage got worse, and the middle group dropped. So it is truly a situation where each, as my colleagues have said earlier, each individual student has to be looked at, which is what the goal always has been in school. And I think we're learning a lot in this difficult time about what we've got to continue to do even after this time is over. much more individualized, much more specific to the student, the experience. And we also we all use the words interchangeably, and it's a problem in public education. So we say engagement, and we mean, are they actually coming? I mistakenly said in the 1st of September that we would know in October where those 4,600 students all were. We're down to 307 as of the middle of November. And I loved how Mr. Neff and Ms. St. John described all the things they're doing. It's just a very different environment to find them right now than it would be if we were all in physical spaces together. But that's not the only meaning of engagement. I can be completely engaged, turn on my camera every day, and do no work. If you've been a teacher, you've known that student. I can be completely engaged, do all of the work, turn on my camera every day, and really struggle and get a D in the subject area because it is very hard for me. And in the virtual environment, it's even harder because I can't say, hey, Ms. Harris, can I come see you at lunch? I need to do this. Or bump into you in the hallway and say, I'm really struggling with this concept. I can be a student who likes this environment much better. And because I go on, I do my business, and I have this whole other set of interests that I can spend more time on now because I'm not riding a bus for 30 minutes to school. I'm not riding a bus home 30 minutes. I'm not having 5 minutes between every class. I'm not having a lunchtime when I have to spend all that time in the school building that I don't want to spend because I don't particularly like the school building, but I can do the work. I could go on and name 30 other kinds of students because they're all out there. So I just want to push on all of us not to generalize, but to find every student and do our best to meet their needs. And we know that some students, as I said during the budget presentation, are powerfully more impacted than others by this environment in a negative way. And we see it with our students who are in the ESOL program. We see it with many of our special education programs. We see it with students more likely in poverty than are not being impacted. And in Montgomery County, being in poverty is directly correlated to being a student of color, African American or Hispanic, if you look at the data. So just want to push on everybody not to generalize, not to decide, but to look at the whole range and know and understand what we've got to do in the coming months. And thank you, Dr. Wilson, for your great point on summer school. That's got to be one of our priorities, no matter what happens with that funding. But the funding will directly affect what we can do if we do summer school. What are we going to stop doing in order to make the budget balance? So got to be united for our future. That's what it's got to be.
Ms. Harris, you indicated you had 2 more questions, so go ahead. Oh, wait, hold up 1 second. I see Ms. Silvestri, and she wasn't in the first round yet. Go ahead.
Thank you. So yeah, I'm trying to digest all this information. Thank you for the presentation. I do try to remind myself that this is only quarter 1, and we still have quarter 2 to learn from our learning curve, both students and school system. So I tell folks, okay, maybe you didn't do as well as you could have in quarter 1, but there's still quarter 2 where you can improve and bring up your grades. I do hope that we are getting feedback from students that are struggling. I know that you said that you are getting feedback from teachers, principals, and students, but those all usually tend to be engaged students, and that is valuable information as well. But I would urge you to try hard to reach out to students that are failing and get feedback about what is causing them to have challenges, and design interventions specifically targeted from that student feedback. So I guess my question is, I'm just trying to get really concrete here, so I would appreciate concrete answers. If I'm failing, my child is failing, and I have parents who are engaged. What can they do at a school level to help their child overcome those challenges? And if I'm a student that does not have parents that are engaged, can you help me understand at a school level what's going to happen so that all the interventions that you are putting together are actually going to reach that student? So the two sides of the story, those that have advocates and those that don't have advocates, how are they going to get touched and reached so that they can improve their grades? Thank you.
So for I'll start out, and then I'm going to ask Nikki Hazel to quickly chime in here. But certainly I'm going to start with the second example of students who don't have the engaged families. That responsibility shifts to us. It's incumbent upon us to be the initiator to the family about what can happen, what is available for each and every student where we see these circumstances that are concerning. For the student who has the engaged parent, it is reaching out and connecting with the school to see what the options are. And as we begin to expand those menus of options, the schools will be making that information available through websites, other ways of communication. Ms. Hazel, do you want to pick up from here?
Yes, thank you. So certainly for those students who do have advocates, certainly contacting the school, if not individual teachers, starting with the counselor is very important. And I think understanding that most schools do have some type of before or after school tutoring program, so that making the request, if they're not already involved, would be really critical. Making sure that there's a connection on those Wednesdays, especially, that there's an expectation that the student is meeting with particular teachers on those Wednesdays for additional support is going to be really critical. Parents can go into their child's grade book to look for missing grades, missing assignments. It may be that they need some support with those assignments, and talking with either the counselor or the teacher to make sure that they're getting some support around how to complete it. It may be that for some of our students, they're still trying to work out the organization of all of this. And it may just be about getting themselves organized. For other students, it may be that they don't know what to do once they see the assignment. And so that's a different kind of support. So identifying exactly what the issues are. We do have, can provide some scholarships still if students want to participate in the Saturday school. So we can look to have them involved in that. So I think those are some immediate things that can happen for parents who have, or students who have advocates. And then just to know that in school support and improvement, and also in all of the departments within Office of Teaching, Learning in Schools, we are working very closely with the schools to have them looking at their data, identifying, we've been looking at the report card data, we've been looking at which students have the Ds and the Es, and really drilling down to make sure that we are addressing their needs. ESOL is doing that also with Steve Neff's office as well, looking at the students not only from the academic side, but also from the social emotional side as well. So we are doing a lot of work centrally to make sure that we are identifying the students who need that support.
But you're not saying central office is reaching out to students. You're saying who is actually contacting the students that are failing?
The schools are, I apologize. We are working with the administrators, teacher leaders to help them identify who those students are. And the schools are working with those students and identifying those students, emailing students and saying, we need to meet on a Wednesday at this time to go over these assignments. So really drilling down to that student level and inviting them to meet with those individual teachers.
Mr. Asante?
Thank you. First, I wanted to thank you for adjusting that grading and reporting scale. I know I've heard a lot of complaints, and I think experiencing it myself, I'm glad we made those adjustments. I was wondering, in relation to reaching out to students and ensuring that they're engaged again, is there a specific process for, I guess, following up, even if students are, have been engaged again and they're doing well? Are we checking in with those students and ensuring that they don't fall back into disengagement?
So
No, go ahead, Ms. Rubin.
Right. Thank you. I was going to take that one because I think we've talked a great deal about our need to pivot and that road that we're on in terms of taking a look at those students who are engaged. And I think Dr. Smith already eloquently described the levels of engagement. And so a huge part of what we have in terms of the well-being teams, and keep in mind, we're still learning all that we can do with that team and that body, is to take a look at that at the school-based level and make sure that we are following back up with students, and we get to the place where we're meeting around those best practices to ensure that we're trying to get all of our students back, but then do a double stream of work where we're looking at those students who are here, but we can work with them so that they don't fall back. And I just wanted to briefly touch on a part of Ms. O'Neill's question earlier about the mental health supports. And we didn't really present that today, but we're hopefully happy around where we are around suicide ideation. We've been doing a lot of strategic work with schools around that. We recently presented to the principals at the secondary level about the data around suicide ideation. We've gotten our SOS program, the signs of suicide, going. We have a parent signs of suicide. We've been doing some really intentional work and a huge push around that so that we don't have students really coming forward with those tendencies. So I think it's connected, is just what I wanted to draw there.
So, Ms. Wolf, if I could, I want to point out two other kinds of students and make a point. I think that everybody here would have to acknowledge you're experiencing this right now too. And two other students I've known, and I'll push on all the teachers on the screen right now I see to tell me these students don't exist. The student that starts the marking period really, really, really strong, and they've got an A at the interim, and then they really back off. It's like they get tired, or they just, you know what I mean? They just don't do as much at the end of the marking period as they did at the beginning, and they wind up with a B or a C. The other student I've known is the student who doesn't do a lot in the first part of the marking period, but they come on super strong and they do everything at the end of the marking period. They get all caught up. They get a good grade on the big test, and they wind up with a much better grade than it would have appeared. Both of those students exist. In fact, some of the people I'm looking at probably match that one of those many profiles. Okay, I know I match some of them. Think about how disrupted those patterns, if you're in the 6th grade, the 8th grade, the 9th grade, the 12th grade, have become. So I started signing on this morning when Sandy sent me a text to join the board for the opening of the board meeting. 10 minutes, it was 10 minutes before the board meeting was supposed to start. And I was frantic because I always start like 10 minutes. It wouldn't come on no matter what I did. Finally, I noticed up in the corner at 3 minutes till it was supposed to start, the little icon that shows whether you have internet or not, and I didn't. So my patterns are all completely disrupted. And the staff started in August worrying about this, thinking about it. We sent you some interim information. We're going to keep working through it. The bottom line is, though, if we don't connect, as Nikki Hazel just said, at the school level with every kid, we will not get to where we need to be. And that's pre-pandemic, pandemic, post-pandemic. That's what has to happen. So just wanted to, when Rochelle was talking, I thought of those two students that I've seen many times and how that pattern gets disrupted in situations like this, and all of a sudden you're off balance. And you got a D or an F instead of the C or the B that you expected to get.
Okay, Ms. Harris, go ahead with both your questions.
Thank you. So I just want to, I think this question goes to sort of coalescing a lot of what we've just heard, and that is that the extent to which we are looking at the students who are not doing well and putting those into buckets that seem to mostly get to access, is the student able to access the instruction for some of the reasons that Dr. Smith just mentioned every day. And let's be clear, I'm a teacher, or I was until Monday at midnight. The quality of the instruction, which we know is variable, especially in this virtual platform, and language barriers from some of the data that we're looking at, and the difficulty of a student to access the content that they're being given with varying levels of language accessibility, especially if they're not getting that direct ESOL instruction. And then learning styles. Some students are doing great. I think a pretty small subset are doing really well in the virtual platform. Most students do better with in-person instruction. And then supervision. So how many of our students are falling through our cracks simply because there's not somebody with them every day to say, it's time to log on. It's time for class, and getting them on. So to that, just a couple quick questions. What can we do to help make sure that students for whom it's the supervision piece can get perhaps to one of the learning hubs? So whether the for-profit or the equity hub, so that they just simply have that supervision to make sure that they are logging in when they need to log in and they're participating as they need to participate. And then for our students with language challenges, what are we doing to look at? Can we do a pivot to the way that we typically expect those students to engage and perform, and provide them the ability to show what they know in the language in which they are most comfortable, regardless of whether that's the way that we traditionally do business. And I really do appreciate Ms. Hazel and others mentioning the fact that there is a great difference between students who have an advocate and those who don't. So that's kind of the first thing. And then the second thing is, as a teacher, I do have to mention, especially as a CTE instructor, some of the things that we're trying to do to assist in making sure students aren't suffering with grading, with all of these challenges they may be facing, by sort of using a sledgehammer on teachers and limiting the number of assessments and assignments that we can provide our students, particularly if you're in a CTE content and it's incredibly hands-on and incredibly critically thinking based. How are we tapping into the wisdom of our teachers in allowing them to create the number and the type of assessments that they know are essential to making sure that students are truly mastering the content they need to master to get to the endpoint in that course? And if we're looking at a course that requires iterative knowledge to move on to the next thing, are we thinking really, I mean, we've already talked about summer learning, but are we really willing at this point to say, we're going to let you repeat content? Because I know this system has been very hesitant to let a student repeat content when they haven't performed very well. We tend to look for positives and then keep them moving forward. But are we going to really look very substantively at letting students repeat a course or part of a course because the knowledge that is represented in that course is essential to moving forward? They weren't able, for a huge variety of reasons, to really grab and master that content when it was offered. And asking them to just keep moving forward when they're not prepared is not helping them to succeed.
So, Ms. Harris, I think in our preliminary discussions about how we're going to approach summer school and also the second semester opportunities, it boils down to the monitoring that we'll be doing on each and every student, because as Ms. Silvestri pointed out, this is the first quarter. We've learned a lot. We've made adjustments. We are looking for and desire improvement. But as we monitor, that's going to create conditions that make it incumbent upon us to challenge the traditional ways that we've thought about our approach to the things that you've cited. Like, how can we help students repeat a course? What changes do we need to make in our practices so that we are not only getting the students into the right course, but offering the array of courses and approaches that are needed? I'm going to suggest, to your point, just very quickly, I'll just cite an algebra example. We know our students who are not performing well in algebra, that has long-term lasting effects on their ability to complete at high levels of math by the time they exit high school. So even a student that comes out with a passing grade, a C or a D, it's incumbent upon us to investigate whether or not we need to offer a boot camp experience to make sure that they're ready to advance and move on to the next course in the sequence. So again, it's that data, it's what does it tell us, and what does it challenge us to do in the way of the practices that we have had, and invite new ways to address needs in a situation that we've never been in.
Okay, thank you. I'm going to ask if we could hold the rest of our questions so that they can get through the rest of their presentation. Dr. Daka, is that okay with you, or do you have a quick question?
No, not exactly quick. Okay, I'll wait.
Are you sure? I mean, if so, you could go ahead, but they've got quite a bit they want to get through.
Well, there's just one thing I do want to say, and I hope that it'll be quick, but when we had 6,000 students that they couldn't find, and they broke it down to 300 after the year, I don't know whether you understand how serious it is finding people who are not signing into us. And I know it's been suggested that we use some of these organizations, NAACP, Parent Council, the Black ministers. They're all saying they're having problems meeting some of the people that are the most in need as well. The Black Ministers Conference, they tell us that these parents and these kids do not come to church. So it is not easy to find them. And I have to commend the whole staff with Ms. Rubin and the wellness committees, that they're doing such a great job. And the reason I'm saying that is that I have to talk about my own experiences because other board members talk about theirs and their families and how it affects. Well, what affects me is that I've been out on that street looking for kids. It is not easy. And you have to use a lot of ingenuity to try to find them. So I'm sorry if I took too long.
Oh, it's fine. Thank you. Do you want to continue with the presentation?
Thank you, Ms. Wolf. Yes, if it's okay with the board, we will continue on. I'll turn it over at this time to Mr. Turner. We will start our conversation around health metrics and others as it relates to our return to in-person planning. Mr. Turner?
Good afternoon, everyone. And so I'm going to share my screen and hopefully you can all see this. So this is our live data dashboard for our health metrics. And I want to start by putting it in context of our metrics matrix. So let me just zoom in here and hopefully everyone can see this. As a reminder, like the state provided guidance, our return to in-person begins with 15 cases per 100,000 and a positivity case rate below 5%. Also, like the state guidance, our matrix moves toward an increase of in-person experience as the numbers decline. This is right in line with the state guidance and right in line with the CDC guidance. I know a lot of our community members have been focusing on when the areas are all green in front of us, but students will be coming in to MCPS starting as we get past the 15 cases per 100,000. And you can see that there is a path forward, and even between 5 and 10 cases, a significant number of students can be in schools if we look like we're making progress. So I just wanted to lay that out to start out with, because we've heard a lot of back and forth around what really is the number for MCPS to start the process for returning students. So I just want to scroll down a little bit and show you the data dashboard and where we are as a county. So as you can see, we are Still significantly above the county threshold, the state threshold for a safe return to in-person instruction. Right now we have, if you look at the middle map, 28.1 cases per 100,000, significantly over the 15 cases per 100,000 threshold. As we scroll down and you look at the positivity rate, we are also over the positivity rate at 5.3%. For the numbers. So I just think that's really important to frame where we are at this moment. As always, I want to let you know where we are in terms of our staff contraction of COVID-19. We've had 172 staff members contract COVID-19 since March 16th when we started recording this data. And currently we have 33 employees who are currently testing positive and are in quarantine. So that's just important context as we think about both our students learning and our staff. I think it's also important to share that you may have heard that the CDC has adjusted their guidance around quarantine length, and we've acknowledged that. We're waiting for some local and state guidance around transitioning to a lower number, and so we won't implement the shorter window until we get that guidance from our state and county officials. So with that, I'll turn it over to my colleague Essie McGuire to talk about HVAC and airflow.
Thank you. Thank you. And I'll be very brief, just with a couple of updates on some operational issues that I think we wanted to highlight for the board. And I do just want to say we're going to just dive into a couple of those really briefly here, but I do want to assure people that all of our other operational preparations in terms of deliveries, distributions of materials, we've been mailing materials home to students in many cases, as well as a pilot effort to, again, really help increase access for our families. We've gone over 2 million meals in this school year so far, so that's a big accomplishment for us. All that work is continuing, as well as our work with principals and leadership teams around setting buildings up for that eventual return in person. So that's all ongoing. What I did want to highlight for the board today, if we can go back to the slides, please. I did just want to give an update on where we are in our thinking around our HVAC, our heating, ventilation, and air conditioning systems. As I think everyone knows, there's been a lot of increased energy around meeting the new standards, particularly for ventilation and increased filter efficiency. Those are the primary approaches that both the industry and the health officials recommend in order to minimize the spread of COVID and meet new air quality standards. What we have found in our schools is that we really have 4 primary scenarios or categories that our schools fall into. And these categories really relate to the type of system, the type of HVAC system that those schools have. We have schools that have very enhanced ventilation systems already. They just require some very minimal modifications and mostly a filter upgrade and potentially some adjustments to controls. Those are the schools that are going to need the least amount of work. In the next category, we have schools with systems that are recently replaced, but that also may have some other spaces that are challenging and that will require air cleaners in addition to the filter upgrades and control adjustments that we're talking about. Then we have 2 categories of much older systems, one where the system can be modified, but again, we may still have some particular areas, classrooms, where we might need air cleaners, again, to supplement our efforts for those older systems. And then we have systems where more extensive mechanical attention is going to be needed. These 2 categories at the end here are the ones where really we anticipate doing the most work in terms of, again, those mechanical adjustments or adjustments to the system. Each of these, I also want to emphasize, in all of our schools, we're doing thorough ductwork and air unit cleaning. That's also an important element. And again, for all of our schools, those filter upgrades will be present as well. If we can go to the next slide. We are, again, really very actively engaged in doing this work, as well as testing equipment, placing orders, ongoing procurement. And of course, we are not the only school system working on this effort. And so due to high demand, what we are really doing is timing our implementation in the schools with those production timelines that we can achieve with the industry, and then moving through the work that way. And so what we're doing is really working with schools as we are able to, as we know we have that labor and material availability to do that work. We are going to have available on our website as of next week the range of those 4 categories we were talking about, where schools fall into those, so that folks will have an idea of the scope of work that they can expect in their school, and again, sort of where their school fits into those various categories of work that we're doing. And then again, what we'll do is with each school, just work prospectively with the principal to be able to move through the schedule of work as we have that both labor and material availability. If we can go on to the next slide, the other operational issue that I want to just highlight again for the board, as we have talked about recently in a couple of the last discussions, are our concerns, or at least our questions around how to increase our ability to provide transportation to all the students who are requesting that as they think about returning back to school. And as we've shared, the vast majority of districts, both in the area and broader, are really using a model of 1 student in each bus seat. The advantage to this is it does still limit our bus capacity at 22 students, which is certainly fewer students than we would typically carry in a normal year. But again, it does really increase our ability to provide transportation to all students. And so it is our recommendation to use that approach in terms of our transportation operations as we return to school. I want to emphasize that practice will be coupled certainly with continuation of those core public health and safety measures, including bus disinfection with a high power sprayer each day. In between routes and loads of students, we'll be doing a cleaning of those high-touch areas. We will have hand sanitizer available and face coverings for staff and students. And again, certainly that health assessment each day, which is so critical for staff as well as for families. So those are, again, just in brief, the safety measures that we will continue to employ with transportation. Just wanted to raise that is our recommendation for our operational capacity, again, as a way to meet all of the needs that are being voiced by parents as they fill out those surveys about coming back to school. And I think that concludes the operational updates. We can pause for questions here.
I'm not seeing any. Oh, Ms. Mandrowski.
Yeah, sorry. So I just have a question about the matrix. I'm not sure if we call them the metrics or the matrix, so, there are, obviously we all know there are people who think that we're so far off from the CDC and everything like that. And in listening to some conversations the county councils had recently about this stuff as well, how tied to these specific matrix or metrics do we have to be? In other words, how much flexibility do we have in terms of looking at our return to school for our students?
So I would say that the guidance from the state has been work within the parameters of below 15. And that's what the state has said. And that kind of seems like what most people are adopting. Below that, everyone's kind of applying their best thinking based on local conditions to the range between 5 and 15 based on jurisdiction size, local conditions. It's a bit like in thinking about Thanksgiving, a frozen turkey, right? If you have a 2-pound frozen turkey, it takes a certain amount of time to thaw. If you have a 20-pound frozen turkey, it takes a different size. So size and oven, all those play a factor. And this is the same kind of thing. It's all within that same range of the state, but below 15.
So, and what did we have ours set at?
Ours is set at 15 as a starting point for bringing students back in. And then we have phases because the state guidance doesn't give definition to how many students in between 5 and 15, what grade levels, all of that is left up to the local jurisdictions to really fill in. And we used, guidance from other school systems in consultation with our multiple local health officials to figure out, based on our conditions, where we fall into that universe.
Okay, so if I'm understanding right, so the state guideline is 15 or less, obviously, ideally, but and that's what we're using as our. So if we have 15, we can start bringing the kids back in.
Correct.
But we can't go above that because what happens? We lose funding or something, or how's it?
I don't know that there are any consequences yet, but I think we want to, as closely as possible, follow where the health and science are. And that's where our state health officials and our local health officials seem to be at right now. And so that's where we're following that local guidance.
So we had talked about putting together an advisory committee of outside, if you want to, along the lines of what I think Mr. Dougherty was saying, provide second opinions for us. Have we gotten started with that? Do we have an advisory group of people from, community and other medical professionals and things like that?
So actually, Ms. O'Neill had suggested that we might want to look at that. And I responded that once we're able to move students back into schools, that we would look at that in terms of how we operate within schools and in those ways. But I think, you can find whatever opinion you want today. And the governor said very clearly, 5 to 15 with a positivity rate of 5% on August 27th in his press conference. And that's what I keep hearing from the state health department on a regular basis. And you notice that I think all, but I will say virtually all to be safe, that the school systems that had opened up, as they exceeded that 15 threshold, they've closed in Maryland. So almost all of the schools that were open, because they were lower than Montgomery County, because they were generally in less populated areas, have now closed for some amount of time and remain closed. So I think the wise course of action is to live within the current state metrics, to continue to work with our local and state officials. And then as we get students back into physical spaces, to use an advisory council in Montgomery County to look at our protocols and our systems and those sorts of things to add more students back and what would it require. It's very much like the question right now that we just discussed in transportation. Do we use every other seat or do we use every seat? That really is the question. And so those are the sorts of things will be what we might want to look at an advisory council for. But we're in line with the CDC. The thing that people have been arguing with is using some sort of increment between 5 and 15. And that's been the question. And if we want to bring in more students, if the board wants us to bring in more students lower, at a higher level at 12 or 13 or 14, we certainly can do that. But we also have a large number of families right now that are expressing to us, we want to stay on virtual, and we have a large number who are expressing to us, we want to come back into in person. So we'll have to balance all of that out too, in terms of the staff and how we would do that. And so all of these pieces fit together very tightly and have to be organized so that they work together and make things work.
Right. Yeah. I thought we should do advisory course now.
Piggybacking on Rebecca's comments, I think where the focus on our metrics being too conservative really got off at the start when there was a focus only on 5. That we had to be at 5 to open up. And, that might not be any time in the next few months. I do think this science is evolving and about the opening of schools. I heard Dr. Ajit Jha from Brown University, and I also heard Dr. Reddenfield. And, the issue of children should be in school, the safest place for children to be in school, safest place for children to be is in school. But Dr. Jha the other day, when I heard him on CNN, said, you should start with the elementary. And that's exactly what New York City has done with their reopening next week, only bringing in elementary children. And Dr. Redenfield, who a few weeks ago was saying, children need to be in school, it's the safest place. Yesterday, he said the next 3 months are going to be the darkest months in American public health. So, yes, everyone wants children to be in school, finding that way, that sweet spot to make it safe. Kids need to be in school. My daughter lives in England. They've just come out of a very, a modified lockdown, but schools never closed. You can't go into a bar unless you order food. Bars that are only bars are still not allowed to open. Finding what we have in our control. But I do think, people are attacking Dr. Gales. And I think he is a dedicated, smart public health official. And I do agree with Dr. Smith. You can find any statistic, any article to support whatever position you want. I think we have to make informed decisions on the basis of science. To me, it looks like from recent scientific articles that I've read, the risk for young children under the age of 12 seems to warrant a more full court press in getting them back into school. I also happen to think they're the ones that have been losing the most in learning. So people are going to find the data to support whatever position, opening or closing. I think that we have to wade out into that water and do our best to get children whose parents want them in school.
I want to take the liberty here to say that I completely agree. I think that, the elementary schools have been shown to probably have the lowest transmission. And I do think it's time for us to start thinking about how we can bring back in our elementary school kids on the schedule that we originally started with. And that is start phasing back in, special ed, CTE, and elementary. I think, of course, you've heard me say that high school is a little bit harder because they're in so many different classes, but elementary school has a natural cohort that they stay with all day. And like Pat says, I believe you can find whatever you want. It's like a doctor when you need a note. If you can pay for it, you can find it. So I think that it's time for us to really look at what our data is showing, listen to the experts in the science, and somehow maybe move to getting back into the schools. I really think that the data we just looked at before on grades supports that there are a lot of kids that we're losing. And I know that the data was really high school, middle school, but I'm really concerned about our youngest learners, those that can't read. That is a big problem if they can't read, and we really need to get them back in school. So now that I've taken my liberty, Ms. Silvestri, go ahead.
Thank you. I have similar thoughts to what my colleagues have shared already. I concur that we are not the health experts, and so we have to listen to the health experts and the science. But I feel like this is a ever-evolving situation. We've been following the health metrics, and then the heads of national agencies say kids are safest in school. And so at the town hall, Dr. Gale said, yes, I heard that too, but they haven't changed the metrics. The CDC hasn't adjusted. So what do we do? And so for me, I feel like because this is evolving very quickly, and at the same time, perfect storm, the case rates are going through the roof. So I just think that we need to slow down a bit, see where the dust settles with if our national leaders are saying the kids are safest in schools, are they going to adjust the CDC guidelines so that schools can act on that premise? I would also like for us to take a second look at our metrics. If the under 15 is what is recommendable, could we be a little bit more aggressive in bringing kids back sooner? Again, we developed the metrics with the information that we had at the time, but because this is evolving, I would just ask us to take a look at those metrics once again.
We have certainly been taking notes, all of us today, of the board members' observations and insights and questions. So as we spend the next few weeks, we will look at the idea of a heavier emphasis on elementary school, as well as the students receiving special education services and career and technology. I also think we have to pay close attention to those students who are in middle and high school and are really struggling to be successful. We have to find a way. It may not look like a typical schedule. The schedules don't have to look the same elementary, middle, and high school for that in-person experience. So we can do that. And we can also look at the metrics as we think about this over the next couple of weeks and continue to do that and then come back together and before the January timeline that we've set forth and ask the board to consider and look at that. I will point out, because I'm really happy about this, we have started the process with opening up for the SAT, with the special education assessment centers opening today, and we want to continue those appointment-based and event-based efforts, because that does bring people back into school and normalize the experience of coming back to school. And that's an important part of this whole process. And as Ms. McGuire said, and provide all of the information so they know the physical facility and the protocols and everything that they're coming back into. And so that all those pieces are very important, but we're listening, and we will be prepared to have this conversation in the next couple of weeks.
I had a follow-up question, and it had to do with the HVAC. Particularly number 3 and 4. I was just wondering, for those really old systems, a lot of them are in elementary schools. Are you going to be able to bring those schools up to the CDC standard for air filtration for these COVID-19 situations?
So I'm going to ask. Sorry.
I mean, I'm talking about by the current schedule we're contemplating, January. Yes. Would you be able to do that?
So we are on a good pace, but I may ask Mr. Adams to jump in and provide a little bit more context on the work regarding those old systems and the timing. I can tell you, though, while he's joining, that a lot of the purchasing of those individual air cleaners is well in progress. We have items actually on the board's consent agenda item today to approve that, moving those purchases through. And that's a big part of those spaces that, again, are more difficult to maintain from a central standpoint to these standards. But I may, again, ask Mr. Adams to just go ahead and jump in and provide some more detail there.
And sure, and that is a great question. And what I would say is we have well documented some of our HVAC challenges throughout the school system. So as we continue through our work, I'm confident that all of our buildings will be prepared. We will, however, most likely have individual classrooms and individual spaces that will require additional work that we may not be able to, open as early as some of the others. But that will be part of our planning. That will be part of the reporting out, and it will be part of the work coordinating with principals and families. But yes, great question, and that is our focus right now. Obviously, is on those schools that require the most attention from a mechanical standpoint.
Thank you. I see Ms. O'Neill and then Ms. Harris.
So it wasn't part of your presentation today, and you don't have to provide the answer today. I know we're coming back on the 15th, but clearly, and I know you mentioned in an earlier presentation probably the need to do a contract for school nurses and health techs. When you read the papers and hear the news, with this current surge, there's a shortage of nurses. And I know the nurses, our school nurses, have been deployed to testing centers. Are we going to be able to fill those seats or those positions? Because that is really critical to us being open. And connected with that, like New York City, they had been doing randomized testing, although they had only done 100,000 tests before they closed. But a piece of their reopening next week is testing not every kid, but a more robust testing protocol. And DC yesterday reported they're going to be doing testing, and they're mailing testing kits for staff to their homes to do on a weekly basis. What is our thinking? I know we don't really have the budget to do it or the staffing, but it seems that in places where they are opening, one, they have those school nurses and health techs, and two, some kind of testing protocols, whether it's for kids who exhibit symptoms. And when I had been at the MABE conference in October, I know the state has some tests, and Dr. Salmon talked about that those tests would be, if the governor made them available to schools when a student or a staff member exhibits symptoms. But those are also critical elements to reopening.
So I can start by just saying that, of course, we do know and COMAR requires, but we obviously know that we need to have the school health presence in order to have students back for instruction. And so we are pursuing all possible options, understanding, as you're saying, that our health colleagues are certainly busy people with a lot to do. But we're having active conversations with the county government around what preparations we can have in place for the nurses that are able to, and the health techs to come back. So we're having very regular and ongoing conversations with them. At the same time, we're also exploring what options are available through a variety of procurement mechanisms to secure contract nurses in the event that additional healthcare personnel are needed to bring that full picture together. So I think what I can most say right now is that, again, we're just working forward on all fronts to be sure that we have that availability, understanding that, of course, it's a critical element under any circumstances. In regards to the testing, I think, again, that's one, and unless Dr. McKnight has more she would like to say about this, that's really a conversation that we, again, will continue to have ongoing with our county health colleagues. As you're saying, that's not something that MCPS probably would just be able to independently secure in volume. And I think that the conversation with the county around how we can work with them around any testing protocols that they have going on for some of their staff, or other mechanisms. We would really want to be aligned with them around how we could implement anything like that. Certainly at scale, the numbers are challenging under any circumstances, but as you said, there are different ways to have those protocols. So we'll continue that conversation as well.
Ms. Harris?
Thanks. First thing, I just want to emphasize for anybody listening that in contrast to some of the emails that I, and I'm sure my colleagues have received, the school system is never going to be forcing anybody to come back for in-person instruction. So we are looking at a protocol that embodies choice. And as a public health person myself, I do want to make sure that we are looking at, when we're looking at our reopening plans and metrics around that we are cognizant of the fact that we are seeing greater uptake of community health and public health prevention measures in communities where school opening is on the horizon, people are more willing to embrace the common sense public health measures we know will help slow the spread of COVID when they have the prospect of their child being able to go back to school. So mask wearing, social distancing, lack of gathering, all of those practices are enhanced in communities in which schools are planning to reopen. So let's keep that as one of the things that we're looking at big picture. And one of the questions, and I apologize if you went over this, but in the initial presentation about HVAC, there was a mention of air quality standards, but I didn't get what we're looking at. I know hospital standard is around 6 to 12 air exchanges an hour. I don't know what when we're saying we're looking at air quality standards, what those are. And then the last thing I wanted to know is how are we gathering data around any COVID transmission in the learning hubs that are operating in 60 plus of our schools. So both the for-profit and the equity learning hubs. So that's our own little petri dish and ability to collect data about what's happening as far as the spread in a learning environment in Montgomery County.
So certainly, particularly because those providers are in our schools, of course, we do work with them around positive cases that they have arise, and they do. I mean, there have certainly been some. There have been cases both in the school-aged care that's in the schools as well as in the birth to 5 care that also has some spaces in our schools. So certainly that has occurred, and we do. Again, work closely with community use of public facilities as well as the Department of Health and Human Services around those situations. I'm going to again ask Mr. Adams to jump in and answer your question on the HVAC standards. I know they are both industry and health standards, but Seth, can you be more specific?
Sure, absolutely. And we do plan on publishing very specific information on our website, hopefully either tomorrow at the latest Monday, that outlines the specifics. But yes, we're looking at air changes. We're looking at the outdoor air ventilation, we're looking at the filtration effectiveness. All of that coupled together is part of our indoor air quality approach. Again, it's even going beyond just looking at it from an equipment standpoint. It's looking at the pathways of which airflow flows and those types of things. So again, we'll be very specific on our website, but we are looking at air exchanges in that 5 to 6 range, and most of our schools will be above that. We've started to look at it, and many of our schools are pretty close to, hospital grade, air change rates at the moment. So, as we continue our work, we'll be very, very specific about where we are and what we're doing.
Ms. Silvestri.
Around those lines, how will we inform the public about the state of the HVAC of a family school? Will people be able to see, we're at this level or we're in progress, or I'm just wondering about that. I know people are worried about this, so any transparency the most transparent we can be, the better.
So yes, that's part of when we publish our information. It will be a school by school. It will outline, the essentially the type of system and our approach. We've been very clear that some schools that are, state of the art now, you may not see anything different when you walk in. And it's just based on filtration and adjustments. Others, you may see air cleaners and other specifics in the classroom. So yes, we will be publishing that on a school by school basis with a schedule and essentially the fundamentals of the work that will be happening at each school.
Okay, can we finish the presentation on this section? Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Wolf. We will transition to Dr. Moran at this time to give us some information and updates around instructional schedules. Dr. Moran.
Thank you, Dr. McKnight. Good afternoon, everyone. Pleasure to be with you here today. Could we bring up the slideshow again, please? Thank you very much. All right, so over the past 2 months, we've engaged in a discussion about 3 in-person learning experiences. We've learned a tremendous amount through our collaboration with diverse stakeholders across the school system and through the study of comparable school systems to intimately understand the successes and challenges that they've experienced when returning students to physical school buildings. This collaboration and research resulted in our identification of 3 different in-person learning experiences: the academic support model, the simultaneous model, and of course the direct instruction model. We provided specific scenarios at different levels where these models or a combination of them could be applicable at respective schools based on content, grade level, or the needs of learners. We have presented these models would be determined based on a formula, as you can see on your screen, number of students returning plus staff availability. Schools will be implementing these models or a combination of these models based on the number of parents that selected an in-person learning experience for their child on the preference survey. Beginning next week, school leaders will begin to work with their staff to analyze the number of students identified under Phase 1 that are returning for in-person learning. In addition, they'll examine staff availability to understand staffing needs in order to implement the different in-person learning models. Staff availability is being determined by the results of the ADA requests that have been submitted, as well as principals beginning to build processes to collect the feedback of their staff. It is important to note that these numbers differ greatly from school to school and even grade level to grade level, requiring principals in tandem with their leadership teams to differentiate models to best meet the academic and social emotional needs of their students. Next slide, please. It has been critical that we provide schools with a high-level scope and sequence of the work that will occur to prepare for students, their families, and staff to return for in-person learning experiences. You will notice that listed here is that today, December 3rd, is the final day for families to complete their preference survey for their children to return for in-person learning experiences. However, the closure of this survey has now been extended to Monday, December 7th. This extension is to provide additional time for school staff to continue the outstanding and strategic personal outreach that they've exhibited through the leadership of principals and assistant principals to reach out to as many families as possible. Their outreach has been supplemented with the deployment of central support to increase parent and family participation on the preference survey. In addition to extending the family survey, we are also encouraging our staff to submit any ADA requests or leave accommodation requests by December 11th. This will help us to support our staff needs and accurately plan for an eventual in-person instruction. As indicated in this chart, this data will be finalized and shared with schools on Tuesday, December 8th. While schools have been analyzing this data continuously over the course of the parent preference administration, this final data will provide them with a complete picture of the students that are prioritized under Phase 1. This analysis and determination of who the students are will then be used to engage in a collaborative process with their school leadership teams to customize an in-person learning experience to meet the specific needs of the students that families have elected for them to return. Given that schools are customizing their program based on the numbers and differentiated needs of their students, there will be variability in regards to instructional program design from school to school. Next slide, please. This initial planning for Phase 1 would be finalized by schools during the week of January 4th through January 8th and communicated to families, providing them with detailed information regarding the in-person instructional experience. More specifically, the schedule, teacher assignments, or assignments. In turn, families would then review this information the week of January 11th through January 15th and confirm if they accept or have decided that they will remain virtual. Next slide, please. This will be followed by a blackout period from January 18th to January 29th. This time period is defined by no changes to selection being permitted to provide schools with the critical time needed to plan both instructionally and operationally for the return of students on February 1st. It is also important to note that we are in the process of determining the delivery time and structure for a wide range of professional learning intended for all staff, paraprofessionals, teachers, and administrators, focused on preparation and planning for these in-person learning experiences. This will be followed by determining the time and structure that teachers need to prepare for students returning to receive in-person instruction. Dr. Redmond Jones will now specifically discuss the results of the community's feedback.
Thank you, Dr. Moran. Can I have the next slide, please? So good afternoon. As we've been discussing, on November 11th, we launched a parent preference survey. In the brief questionnaire, parents were asked if they prefer for their children to begin partial in-person instruction once health metrics allow, or to remain in an all-virtual learning experience. Parents were asked also to state whether their children would require transportation or an partial in-person experience. Parent guide accompanied the survey to provide parents with considerations to reflect upon as they make their selections. To inform families of the survey, we reached out via phone calls, emails, texts, and social media. We also had a virtual town hall. Schools and district offices have been making personal phone calls to families in response to the regular updates received by principals regarding families who have not yet made their selections. We also recognize that many families who recently enrolled students in private schools could be interested in providing their preference for in-person or all virtual instruction. As a result, those families received a survey in the mail and via email, and we've had 341 responses so far. Of those families of students in private schools, 91% are interested in partial in-person learning experiences. For students currently enrolled in MCPS, I have some updated numbers. As of today, 108,067 responses have been received. That's 108,067 responses. While the numbers of responses have continued to climb, the breakdown of family preferences has remained steady. Of the respondents today, 50.5% of families selected partial in-person experiences, and 49.5% of families have selected an all virtual learning experience. So it's about even both ways. The survey continues to be open. And as Dr. Moran mentioned, although today was our original deadline, we are extending the deadline to Monday, December 7th to enable our staff to continue to reach out to those families who have not yet responded. The selections for families who do not respond by the 7th will default to an all virtual learning experience. Principals will use the information from the survey to inform their planning for partial in-person instructional models. So could I have the next slide? We continue to seek feedback from MCPS families regarding questions about our reopening plans. We ask that families submit feedback through our website or via email. And we truly appreciate the engagement of our families in this process. That concludes our presentation, and I'll turn it over to Ms. Wolf for the board discussion.
Are there any questions? Mr. Asante?
Yeah, I was thinking about the shuffling of schedules, and I think I'm concerned about counselor capacity. I know like right now they're about to start signs of suicide training. They're starting registration for next year. They're dealing with college and counseling their students. So I'm just fearful that they may not be able to fully handle shuffling the schedule around. And I was wondering what supports are being given to them to ensure that they're able to do that.
So that's a great question. So I would just say at the high school level, we're not anticipating any large schedule changes at all. Our goal is to maintain the infrastructure of those schedules and create these in-person learning experiences within that. So we're not anticipating making any schedule changes whatsoever.
Thank you.
Did I see your hand, Ms. O'Neill?
Yeah. Just a comment. I had a conversation with an elementary principal, and obviously, she was telling me about the outreach to members of her community who had not responded, but also in already beginning to move desks and furniture around in those classrooms, looking at the square footage, because, we will have to maintain the 6-foot social distancing, which is in guidance from the CDC. So I know that there's an awful lot of thought that principals are putting in and beginning the efforts. And I appreciate the challenges at the high school level, with the scheduling, but it will be for the second marking period, which is a natural breaking point in this school year.
Ms. Harris.
Yeah, just 2 quick points. So when we're looking at the second semester starting on, February 1st, I'm just, as a CT instructor, wanting to make sure that we're getting the word out to our any of our instructional programs that have the potential for sort of a clinical experience during the school year, so that we're allowing them to partner with their community partners around planning, because as I know from my program working with our healthcare partners, there are some protocols that we need to put in place if we're going to be able to move our students into that clinical experience. So hoping that we're getting the information to our teachers timely. And then just one quick question about when we might have a little bit more information. As Ms. Wolf mentioned, when we're looking at coming back to a hybrid in-person model, it's easiest to plan when you're looking at elementary school and elementary grades, because those groups naturally cohort. Far more difficult when you're looking at middle and particularly high school, when those students are used to changing classes up to 8 times a day. So how we're looking at managing expectations around what school will look like when it's back to that hybrid in-person model, because I think we need to be very honest and transparent about it won't be what it was before. Even if it's back to an in-person, students are able to come back into their high school. It's not going to look like what it did before. And so when we're going to be able to really communicate a fairly detailed picture of what instruction and in-person will look like in the middle and high schools.
So Ms. Harris, I will elaborate just a little bit. You saw in the timeline schedule, we certainly do have a period of time where we're conveying to parents exactly what their schedules will look like. You've all acknowledged, that the high school and middle school, the cohorting is very difficult to do. And so as parents have made their choice, that is one of the understandings that we would make sure they know, that we would have students that we need to be moving from class to class. But given our virtual schedule with the time between, we would be recommending to schools that they control the hallway traffic, if you will, through an incremental staging, because there's enough time between those classes. So that's just an example of parameters that we are developing. In fact, there's a call with principals, and we know that there are these kinds of parameters on their mind, and we're gathering that information this week so that we can make those parameters universal to each level, because they are going to be very different, as you pointed out.
I have a question about that. I thought I asked this before, but maybe I didn't, and I don't remember. Have we considered having the students, even at the secondary level, stay in a room and the teachers rotate?
So given the nature of the high school students' schedule, it's very rare that they travel together to different teachers. They move about in accordance with their own individual master schedule.
Right.
And again, I'm not certainly suggesting that in every case students would move 7 or 8 times, because we're not saying that we can do a direct instruction model, but we may be putting together the model across to match it with the virtual and add that support component to those students. It's really about what we can control in the environment to mitigate any sort of safety risk that we can.
Oh, yeah. No, I appreciate that. Thanks.
Ms. Silvestri?
So you said we have 108,067 respondents to date. And I'm glad to hear that we've given families a few more days to respond and schools more time to outreach. I guess my question is, are we giving schools, I'm guessing that not every school has responded the same, right? Some schools have high response rates, other schools have lower response rates. During our meeting with the administrators, we heard from one school principal that talked about the high rates of non-response in her school community and the burden, frankly, that puts on the principal and that school to reach out to the family. So I guess my question is, what are we doing to support schools that have higher rates of non-responses so that they are getting the resources and support that they need to make sure that families are going to make the best choice for their kids?
Yeah, thank you for the question.
I'll start with just 1 second. I'll start with that, and I will say one of our strategies for looking at the survey response every single day was to be able to identify which schools needed our support and needed it more immediately than others. So that was one of the most strategic things that we have done in this process of trying to, I'd say, level a playing field in terms of what the need and support is at each school level, acknowledging that it's different based on what the needs of the community would be. The well-being teams, and I'll let Dr. Jones get to that, the well-being teams have been essential in that because a part of what we have been doing is also looking at how effective have our outreach been based on seeing what those percentages are and knowing that our well-being teams sometimes in some schools have to go beyond the support in the school and may need even more central or county support depending on that need. So Dr. Jones, I'll let you give the details, but thank you for raising that, Ms. Silvestri, because it is something that we've had to differentiate from the beginning in this process.
All right, and I just, wanted to recognize, it has really been a collaborative effort. Definitely recognize the efforts at the school level because we know that principals, administrators, the well-being teams that Dr. McKnight mentioned, teachers have really done an excellent job in terms of reaching out. But we've also employed our offices, our district offices, within operations, transportation, communication, as well as school support and improvement, and our family engagement offices, our PPWs, PCCs, everyone. It's really been an all hands on deck effort to reach out to families and to really support in any way we can. And I have to give a shout out to anyone who really helped with that effort because it's been massive. And we've been getting these reports on a regular basis, daily, if not more, looking at the numbers. And they have just grown exponentially as a result of that level of outreach, and really appreciative of everyone who has come together and will continue to come together, which is why we extended the deadline, because we feel confident. We want to push forward and continue to reach out to everyone.
And I just want to convey one more point that I think is really important, and that is, and I'd like Derek, Mr. Turner, to actually chime in here, but this is people signed specifically to an individual school to work in collaboration with that school. So it's a person that's boarding a school from our various offices.
So thank you, Dr. Wilson. And it really has been all hands. And I'm just to repeat, we've had transportation staff assigned to each school making calls. Everyone is led to hand. I dialed some parents myself to get their responses, and only one person hung up on me. So I'm feeling pretty good about this process. And we have been making progress each and every day. Anyone who wants to join me in calling is welcome to.
It looks like we're at the end of this presentation. I've heard a couple of things. It seems to me that the board would like you to carefully re-examine the metrics and in addition, look at reprioritizing which level comes in first. So is there anything that, can I get a motion on that or something to move this forward?
I would move what you just said about looking at the metrics and prioritizing and moving this plan to be looked at when we come back.
Go ahead.
Is that not what you meant? I'm sorry.
I'm sorry, Rebecca. Go ahead, Carla.
I move that the board postpone its action on the opening of schools and recovery plan until the board's December 15th special meeting, so that the board can make a fully informed decision based on the most up-to-date health metrics information and the other things that you have pointed out, President Wolf.
Second.
Is there any discussion? Dr. Smith, I see your mic open.
I was just going to say, if this motion passes, we will get busy and accomplish all this. And we have notes and we have this, a tape of this meeting. So we have all the information. Thank you.
Is there any other discussion? All in favor, raise your hand. Okay, you move around, so I have to look for you. It's unanimous. Thank you. We actually have a break scheduled at this time, but I think before we go to break, we're going to do the pilot courses. And then when we come back, we'll do public comments. So Dr. Smith, do you want to start with the pilot courses?
Yes, as I was saying earlier, this is a yearly opportunity for schools and for the school system to look at the program and offer new and different ways of engaging our students in content, information, and experiences. And Ms. Hazel, our Associate Superintendent for Curriculum Instruction, is here to give you some details, and then we'll need some action.
Yes, hello again. So a highlight of our pilot course process is that it does allow our students to bring forward areas of interest and work with their teachers in their schools to try new courses. And this allows us to consistently respond to student interest, current issues, and develop leadership among our students. As always, our students and teachers are spot on with new course proposals such as ethnic studies and social justice, which are two proposed in the memo that you have. The process also allows us to roll out new programs and respond to industry demand and prepare students for college and career, such as the app development and agriculture course proposed. I want to point out that the LGBTQ course previously approved by the board is included here and will be piloted next school year. These courses are proposed for your consideration, and at this time, we can take any questions.
Are there any questions?
I just have one quick one.
Okay, go ahead, Ms. Mondrass.
I noticed, that one of them listed any school, and I think it was the LGBTQ plus course that any school could offer. Is that true of any of these courses, or just after it's been started as a pilot and then other schools can pick it up? I'm only asking mainly because I love all these courses. I think you guys have done a great job with this, and I'm so excited that the schools are interested in these topics and stuff. But I was looking at the agricultural, food, and nutrition, natural resources one, and I was thinking it might be interesting at Poolsville as well, being in the ag reserve. So I was just curious if other schools are able to pick these things up, or they have to wait.
Mr. Murphy, you're here. Do you want to respond to that question?
Sure. Thank you. The answer is it depends. Some of these courses are bubbling up from a school, one school where it's a teacher, a group of students working together to build the course with our support. And then once it's piloted for a year, then we expand it to another group of schools or to all schools. In the case of the LGBTQ course, we have lots of interest in that. And so I would expect that being piloted in several high schools next year. The agriculture natural resources one, that one is actually one that we're initiating from the central office as we're building new pathways in the environmental sciences in technical education. And so we start with selected schools, and Poolsville is certainly, with the global ecology program there, is certainly part of the part of the conversation down the road, but for next year, it'll just start in a couple of schools.
Okay, thank you.
Ms. Harris.
Yeah, just a quick question, actually, two. I know we were initially started intending to pilot the LGBTQ elective this academic year, and I'm wondering why the delay. Is that just related to the way we have been having to refocus our work this year because of the pandemic? And then one of the things I would mention too is looking at this really great list of, in a lot of ways, student-initiated course development. I think we're learning a lot about if a course isn't hands-on, and some of these are very hands-on, some of them aren't, that the offering of one of these courses wouldn't need to be geographically governed by a school. So a student may be able to take advantage of these regardless of the high school in which they are enrolled, if we can make that a virtual experience.
Do have, okay. Our supervisor of social studies is here, Maria Tarasuk, if you want to respond to the question about the LGBTQ course.
Sure, I'm happy to give you an update on that. Ms. Harris, you're right. The original intention was that a couple schools would be piloting it this spring, but for a variety of reasons, we thought it was better to wait until the course was a little more fully developed. We didn't have all of the curriculum developed we didn't think we'd have it quite ready for the spring. And then the fact that we're in this virtual environment, this course in particular has such a social emotional component to it that we were really hesitant to kick it off in a virtual environment rather than in face-to-face.
But I do think that you bring a really good point. And we've been talking a lot about the fact that in this virtual world, we can actually make a lot more available to students across many different schools. And so that is something that we are seriously considering for the future. And, I think we can begin to think about where we want to begin that work. But it's a really great point. Thank you.
Dr. Dowka?
Yeah, I just had a question about the LGBTQ description, and I don't know. When I was reading it, it sounded like it's for LGBTQ plus students, and I don't think that's what they meant. Would you look at the wording again and make sure it looks like it's a course for everyone? And the other comment I would like to make is about the political psychology and behavior at Blair. I think it's very timely. It's important, especially since we are seeing unfortunate divisions in U.S. society. These divisions were always there, but in the present, people feel they may act upon them. And I'm thinking of some of the things that have happened here: graffiti, name-calling, anti-immigrant bias, killings by police. And we're looking at George Floyd and Breonna, and also a man named Guy Sayre. Do you remember reading about him? He was killed by park police. He's a local person, lovely, seemed like a lovely person. And it took them a long time to even get an investigation into it. So I just think the course that is going to Blair is something that after they do the pilot would be great for other schools to use as well. We need to encourage it.
Any other questions or comments? I just wanted to second what Ms. Harris said, because that was the exact thing that I was going to ask. And that is whether or not we now have the ability to allow a student who's not at a school that a course is being given at to log in virtually to the course. And I didn't know, I know that there's going to be training done for our teachers to do in person and virtual at the same time. So I thought that was a great point. Yes, Ms. Silvestri, go ahead.
I just wanted to make a point that I'm glad to see the ethnic studies elective. However, that's temporary in my opinion, because we want to strive to have a high school social studies curriculum that is not only anti-racist, but inclusive of what you would cover in an ethnic studies class. So it's necessary for now, but I'm hopeful that in the future our history curriculum will be so robust that we may not need an ethnic studies curriculum course. Thank you.
Seeing no other hands, can I get a motion to approve these courses?
I move to approve these courses.
Second.
Any discussion? All in favor? If you raise your hands, you can see it. That's unanimous. Thank you. We can now go to break. I know you're excited by that. Let me see what time it is. It's 3:35. If you could return at 3:55, that's 20 minutes. I'll see you then. right. We thought that we would be able to show the videos after the break, but we're still having technical difficulties. They are posted on board docs if you would like to go and view them. However, we'll make arrangements to show them at a later meeting. Thank you. At this time, we will go to item 12 on the agenda, the district-wide boundary analysis.
Yes, thank you, Ms. Wolf. Today, we want to provide an update on the district-wide boundary analysis. The boundary analysis was initiated through a Board of Education resolution, and it's designed to provide a comprehensive assessment of Montgomery County Public Schools boundaries by analyzing data points such as school facility utilization, capacity, student demographics, school assignment, and travel patterns. Launched in the spring of 2019, the effort has involved a wide range of community members through a variety of forums to fully understand the spectrum of challenges toward creating more meaningfully integrated and culturally responsive schools within Montgomery County. In March 2020, we released a more than 400-page interim report that includes in-depth analysis on school utilization, school diversity, student proximity to school, and student assignment stability. I encourage all of our community members to read the in-depth data report as it provides informative insights to MCPS boundaries. The report also included boundary benchmarking data from other school districts and a summary of our community engagement to date. While we were able to release the report, the second phase of the district-wide boundary analysis has been delayed as a result of the pandemic. The effort was restarted in October 2020 with the launch of the Interactive Boundary Explorer, a first-of-its-kind tool that allows users to engage with and explore the intersection of facility utilization and capacity, along with student demographics, school assignment, and travel patterns. We believe this district boundary analysis is an important strategy to help our community understand the challenges and opportunities that we face related to school boundaries. While the report will not bring about any specific change, it can become foundational to future discussions and specific work around boundary analysis and boundary studies in the future. We intend to release the final report in the spring of 2021, and now I will turn it over to Dr. McKnight and the team.
Thank you, Dr. Smith. So community engagement has been central to the district-wide boundary analysis effort. Thousands of community members share their thoughts at each stage of the analysis. This includes also many of our students who were very interested in and quite frankly involved themselves and shared many thoughts and opinions about the process. While we have heard some concerning comments and experienced some disruptions at the beginning of this process, the majority of the engagement has been civil and valuable for our staff and consultants who are leading this project. Today, you will hear about some of the engagement efforts and highlights from the feedback we have received thus far from the many stakeholders who have reached out and shared feedback with us. I'll turn it over to Mr. Turner at this point to discuss phase 2 and the final steps in the process. Mr. Turner?
Thank you, Dr. McKnight. I'm happy to welcome our consultants from WXY Studios to share just a very brief recap of what engagement has taken place since we launched this analysis and share some of the high-level findings and insights that they've gathered so far. Again, this is not the final report, but we will be releasing a final report by spring 2021. With that said, I'd like to turn it over to Adam Lubinsky, Managing Principal of WXY Studios, to give an update.
Great. Thank you so much, Derek. And I'm hoping someone on your end can pull up our slides. Perfect. Good afternoon, President of the board, board members, superintendent, again, Adam Levinsky, Managing Principal at WXY, and very pleased to be here today. Thank you for the opportunity to present an update. We obviously had a long pause in this process, but we've been very busy over the last couple of months. So if you don't mind, I'm just going to simply ask you to advance slides for me. So on to the next slide. Here's just a brief agenda for what I'll cover in the next 10 minutes. First, I do want to just take you through a brief recap of our first phase of work. which ended in in March, right as the pandemic really began to take hold. And then I'll do an overview of the work we've been at since October, going deeper into the engagement and the analysis work we've been doing. Next slide, please. So this has been our schedule. Our first phase of work kicked off in September 2019. Again, we worked until mid-March, at which time we issued an interim report, which, as the superintendent mentioned, contained both analysis and also findings from our public engagement. We had 6 very large area-wide public meetings, a number of targeted small group meetings. And with the issuing of that interim report in March, we finished phase 1, and we also went into pause as the pandemic took hold. We restarted in phase 2. We actually did use a lot of our time as we were waiting to restart to develop an interactive tool, what we've been calling the Interactive Boundary Explorer. We were able to enhance that so that we didn't need in-person public meetings that included a number of measures, including help videos to aid people learning to use this. As part of that process, we held a couple of public webinars and a feedback session, also targeted small group meetings and student engagement. And there have been a number of student groups very engaged with the Interactive Boundary Explorer. We're also in the midst of doing our analysis and working towards the finalization of the report, which will be issued in spring. We'll be concluding our work in winter 2021. Next slide, please. And next slide, into a quick recap of our first phase of work. So again, as the superintendent mentioned, we've been focused on 4 key lenses. One, looking at utilization of schools, and that's been addressed through a number of different ways. Second, looking at diversity, socioeconomic, racial diversity, and again, looking at that in a number of different ways. And all of these lenses looking across different levels of schooling, elementary, middle, high school. The third lens, looking at proximity to schools. And then that fourth lens, really looking at assignment stability, looking at the history of boundary changes and how seat reassignment has occurred, numbers of students reassigned, so we have a sense of the level of change that the district has experienced. We also went through a benchmarking exercise and looked at a number of similarly sized districts across the country. Next slide, please. So in those meetings in phase 1, we spoke with over 2,000 community members at those 6 meetings, conducted 12 targeted meetings, also had a number of key interviews with community members, and hosted a forum on the Montgomery County TV channel with students. Next slide, please. And so now I want to talk to you about what we've been doing since October. Next slide. This work has really been split into 2 dimensions. One, the engagement work. We had a tool ready to be launched in October, the Interactive Boundary Tool, which allows people to really delve much deeper into the information and data that we've gathered, and has a mechanism for getting feedback through a survey. And our analysis, which has involved a detailed modeling approach, which I'll describe further, that simulates boundary scenarios and allows us to look at the impact on those 4 lenses. Next slide, please. And so over these months this fall, we've been getting that feedback from the Interactive Boundary Explorer and making sure people have a sense of how to use it, gathering surveys, and then conducting our analysis, working towards sharing that report. There are some interesting engagement events still to come. The student member of the board meeting is coming up on the 9th of December, and there'll be a student assembly on the 19th of December, where students will begin to work with that tool and show results of what they've found. Next slide, please. And some more details on the engagement and how that's gone so far. Next slide, please. So just to review that interactive boundary explorer, it allows people to explore a map and zoom into different areas of Montgomery County Public Schools, exploring the data that we gathered in the first phase, also developing guided exercises, looking at the results of schools compared to other schools in the districts, looking at different levels of schooling. And it also has a number of prompts for a survey, of which we've collected a lot of information through. Next slide, please. So we've had well over 6,000 users of this web tool, with over 1,200 survey responses, and over 2,000 people have used the help videos that we created. We've gathered some information through the survey on who's responded to that survey, of which 47% of those respondents are white or Caucasian. 22% have selected that they didn't want to respond to that category. And in terms of where people live, 50% of the people responding to the survey live in the southwest of the county. The second highest use was in the region, including Rockville and Durwood. 2/3 of the respondents were parents, and almost a quarter of the users have been students, which is great to see. Next slide. In terms of some of the insights we've gained through the survey, the highest response rate in terms of concerns related to proximity to school and assignment stability. 75% and 70% of those respondents have said those issues are extremely important to them. Almost a quarter of respondents have said that COVID-19 has changed their priorities, which is very interesting to see. And in terms of middle school proximity, that was noted as the biggest challenge of any specific school level. In terms of opportunities that respondents saw to address change, these were the 3 opportunities that people saw. First, decreasing racial dissimilarity between neighboring schools, balancing utilization and school capacities between neighboring schools, and balancing farms rates between nearby schools. Next slide, please. And I'll take you through the analysis that we've been doing. I mentioned at the outset of our description of phase 2 that we've been doing an analysis that includes modeling and simulating scenarios for new school boundaries. This work will not release boundaries, but what it does is it allows us to gather information and impacts on the different lenses. For example, we can test what improvements to school utilization can be achieved based on comprehensive changes looking across the district. What are the impacts of changing boundaries on student assignment? How many students would need to be moved in order to see those results? And can the school district improve multiple lenses, such as utilization and diversity, at the same time? Next slide, please. So anytime someone develops a model to test something, they need to have some assumptions at the outset. And these are some of the basic assumptions that we began with. First, we wanted to minimize disruption to student assignments. And so our models essentially took as a starting point not reassigning more than 10% of students. So we had a limit on that. That was partly based on feedback that we gathered through the survey and through our phase 1 engagement. We maintained the existing walk zones in large part. We minimized disruption to distance to school. Again, that was something that came across in our phase 1 engagement and through the surveys. And so as we began to test models, the average distance to school, the average change was about 1/8 of a mile. We focused exclusively on changing boundaries of adjacent school zones when modeling scenarios. That means that we didn't create scenarios where students would go from one zone, crossing over another zone into a new zone. So everything was based on adjacency. We did, however, in some of our models, look at adjacencies across cluster boundaries. And that's something that we can go through more in the Q&A. We also retained existing island assignments. We did not, generally did not expand those. We did not create new island assignments. And for those who may not remember what an island assignment is, that's an area that sends students to a non-contiguous school zone. That's something that Montgomery County has several of those island assignments in existence. We maintain those. We did not create new ones or really expand those. Also, just a basic fact is that the planned capital projects have not been factored into this analysis, and the analysis is based on the 2019-2020 student data. Next slide, please. So these are the four models that we simulated. First, we looked at improving utilization within existing cluster boundaries. Second, we looked at a utilization model that considered utilization between neighboring schools, but allowed for consideration across cluster boundaries. Third, we looked at improving utilization while reducing demographic dissimilarity. Fourth, we looked at improving utilization while reducing distances to school. And I'll talk through that a little bit more in the next slide. So what did these models actually measure? And again, I'll go through those four models. Utilization A looked at schools, and this is elementary, middle, and high school within cluster boundaries. We targeted utilization. We prioritized assignment stability by assuming 10% or less change to student assignment seats. And we simply measured as an output the impacts to diversity and proximity. Our second model, as I mentioned before, looked at utilization across cluster boundaries. We were not limited by those boundaries, those boundaries for neighborhood school zones. Utilization again was the target. We again prioritized assignment stability in the same way, not changing more than 10% of the seats. And we looked just at outputs to diversity and proximity. The third model, we also looked beyond those cluster boundaries. We targeted utilization. We also prioritized diversity at the same time. And we looked at assignment stability as an output. Again, we did look at that under 10%. And we looked at proximity just as an output. And then finally, with the proximity model, we again looked across cluster boundaries. We also targeted utilization. We prioritized proximity, and we simply looked at the output for diversity and kept that same approach for assignment stability, less than 10% change. I will also note that we have been looking at another proximity model because that first model had such low impact on proximity. We are looking at one that looks at assignment stability being greater than 10% to see if we can change the impacts on proximity. I know this is a lot of information. Next slide, please. And so we are working through this analysis now and shaping that into a final report. And we're eager to share that with you all. And that will be presented to the board and to MCPS with findings. It will address those different interrelationships between utilization, diversity, proximity, and assignment stability. We feel that there will be very interesting and important findings. And we'll synthesize the process to date, including the engagement activities from phase 2 and all of the data analysis. Thank you. So if you do want us to take questions, we're happy to do that. I would introduce my colleagues. We have Kushan Dave. He's been the project manager. Raphael Lode, who's been the analyst on the project, and Abby Zan, who has been working very much on the report development and managing the engagement. We also have Theo Brown, who's our sub-consultant from Public Engagement Associates here, as well to answer any questions about the engagement. Thank you.
Ms. Harris, go ahead.
Sorry about that. Just one question about the, I've seen that student organizations have been really helping to push out information about the tool and the survey. And I'm hoping that has been reflected in the level of student input that you've had. But looking ahead at the 12-9 and 12-19 events, how are we publicizing that? And what will be, what are we telling students about how their participation is going to matter in the overall process? So that's one thing. And then another question, and you've probably heard this feedback, I'm just going to share it because I've heard it. Those who have gone, for some individuals in our school system, because some of our school boundaries are drawn in very non-intuitive ways, they found that when they went in to use the tool and they put in their address, the proximity schools that pulled out didn't even allow them to access the school to which they were assigned. So I'm wondering if there's been any modification made to the tool that takes account of that reality of Montgomery County.
So let me first ask Abby to answer the first set of questions that related to the student engagement in terms of advertising for the upcoming events and the role that their input will play. And then, Kushan, if you don't mind, I'll ask you to answer the second part of that question, which was about the tool.
All right, sure. Thank you for the great and important questions. So as far as for the student engagement piece, we've been coordinating first and foremost really closely with the Office for Student Leadership and Extracurricular Activities. So Ms. Cherry there, in close partnership with different MCR officers and with Nick, the student member of the board, have been working to get the word out, to work through their typical outreach channels. So that's sort of the primary way that we're reaching students and letting them know about this programming. It's very much been and continues to be a student-led process. So the MCR officers are the ones that are coordinating and conducting outreach for the event on the December 19th. And in the case of the SMOB event, that's also being very much led, facilitated, and outreach being conducted through Mr. Asante and his team. And in terms of kind of how we're getting across the importance of this and kind of ramping up to that engagement, we have made some shorter engagement sort of appearances at meetings along the way to kind of make it known that we're doing this, to present the process and offer context, teach aspects of the IBE tool to key sort of smaller groups as we lead up to the two larger events in December.
If I can interrupt real quick, I would like to say that for the event on the 9th, a message has been sent out to all students, to ensure all secondary students, to ensure that we are getting a wide range of participants beyond those who are normally involved with advocacy and things like that.
Great. And I can take the second question. And I think the simple answer is that right now, the way the tool is set up, it allows you to search for that particular school. So you have an option to search by school where you're assigned to. So that gives you sort of data. But under sort of search by address, that's one additional feature that we are planning to add, where if you input your address, it'll show you exact sort of the journey from elementary to middle to high. So that's a sort of additional feature that we'll work on. But what it does right now is that if you input your address, it gives you sort of the geographic location of sort of 3 closest school. And that gives you some idea of kind of intuitively kind of going beyond the cluster boundaries, right? So it gives you a little bit of an idea of what those 3 closest schools are and how do they compare when we start to look at the different metrics that we analyzed in phase 1.
Ms. O'Neill.
Yes, just an observation, and I know it should be obvious to everyone. You'll bring forward your findings, but it might be useful for board members to have their own session in maneuvering the tool, given that only Board of Education members, when you have 5 votes, can change boundaries or trigger a boundaries study. And given the fact that, within the approximate next 6 years, we'll be opening 2 new high schools, which will generate a significant need to populate those schools and make changes. I think it would be a useful exercise for us to have a demonstration to see sort of how the factors weigh in.
Ms. Silvestri?
Dr. Smith, were you going to say something? I saw you for your mic.
I was going to say we've noted that, and we will arrange that after the first of the year for board members.
My comment was about, well, first of all, I can't wait to see the results of the modeling. Sounds really interesting, though I don't see the result yet, but I have to be patient and wait. The demographics that you shared today, those are just for the interactive tool, correct? Because I think the previous community engagement was more representative of the county than these results are. And I guess my question is, am I remembering correctly that this part of the process is also to engage harder to reach or underrepresented communities, and how is that going?
Adam, if you don't mind, I can jump in. So thank you. That's a great question, and something that we have been grappling with for the last probably 2 months or so. And I'll let sort of Theo answer a little bit more of the specifics, but broadly speaking, it has been a challenge to hear concerns from our hard-to-reach community members, especially with sort of remote login and sort of e-meeting invites. It has posed certain barriers to certain community members. So we have been working with our engagement partners that we worked with in phase 1 to recruit and kind of maximize our outreach. But that has been a challenge. And Theo, I don't know if you'd like to add something there.
Yeah, just to build on that, it has been more of a challenge in the first phase. And I think it's a product of where we are and the other concerns parents are facing right now, which you all, of course, deal with all the time. Also, this is a fairly technical explanation. And I think it's not as accessible as the more general meetings that we had back in the spring. So we've had 4 different meetings inviting small groups of people from the harder to reach underrepresented groups. We've added 2 more because we didn't have great success, particularly the area we've had the toughest time is with in Spanish speaking folks. We had several really successful small group meetings in the first phase that were done in Spanish. And we just haven't had good response to the first 2 programs we put out. We've now scheduled another one for next week, added one just because we wanted more opportunity. And we're getting a little more response to that. And got a couple people in the community who are bringing people together. But it's been a struggle compared to the first phase.
So I guess my thinking is, what do we do about that? Because you have to conclude your work soon. And we can't say that we heard from a cross-sector of our community if we're not reaching the underserved folks. So I don't know what your thoughts are about that.
Well, I think we're still in conversation on it. And I know I was exchanging emails with Everett Davis on this, and because we had not had the very good response so far. And we were open to adding a couple of other sessions. We've offered to have meetings for existing meetings. But again, a lot of the response we're just getting is, given the remote learning and all the issues around that, the digital divide being real, the challenge is hard. So we're still in discussion on it. The problem is a time frame. We need to get input as much as we can in the near future. So We're going to do a couple of extra meetings, and we're talking about and are open to a couple of things if people have groups they want us to do it with.
I would add that a potential sort of solution can also be sort of, because we have created a lot of help videos, and this includes sort of videos in Spanish language, videos in sort of 5 other languages, in terms of how to use the tool, how to explore the data, what are the, how do you sort of give your feedback and add your voice to the process. I think one potential solution could be that we start to kind of blast it out more through sort of the MCPS channels, kind of put those things out there to see that if we can maximize participation. I'm hoping that through these 6,300 unique sessions that we have had, some, maybe not a whole lot, but some of the hard to reach community members had a chance to kind of voice their concerns through this.
Have you tried reaching out to the Spanish community media outlets? I know that Carla appears on shows quite often.
We've done multiple layers of outreach, and the struggle we're having with everything is that with the pandemic, there's a star next to every outreach effort, that it's that much more difficult, not just to engage people, but to get them interested in particular topics that aren't a priority. As you've seen, we've been putting a lot of effort into getting the parent survey, and we still have some numbers to go with us sending messages every day in multiple platforms, and we still don't have 100% completion, and that's been over a month. So we anticipate that this is just going to be a barrier that we might not be able to overcome by the time this product closes, and we'll just have to acknowledge that this was a very unique situation that we're trying to engage in.
I do think the dissemination of some of these videos in Spanish to some of the key groups may be a good way to have something take life on its own and disseminate to those who are interested. So we'll look at targeted ways to do that.
Ms. Harris.
Yeah, I just did want to offer up that I know some clusters in our school system that have done an amazing job of outreach, school-based outreach to their diverse communities, and that have been remarkably successful, and getting their, Spanish-speaking families and other diverse members of their school communities to participate in events. This pandemic school year have been far more successful than getting any other segment of their school communities to participate. So I'm happy to connect you with some of those as a best practice for connecting with the communities that we are typically saying are hard to reach, because there are models out there that are working right now.
Definitely. I think we'd be happy to reach out, and I think Theo and I can definitely, as we are stepping into sort of December, before the holidays, of course, I think that's a critical time. We'd want to make sure that we maximize on these. So if it's okay with you, we'd love to reach out to you and see what the next steps can be.
Mr. Asante?
Yeah, I was just wondering, as we, if in the event that we do change boundaries and as we build new schools, is the data behind the tool going to be updated as well, or is this just a thing that's standing still for right now?
That is our plan, to continue to update this tool moving forward.
Thank you.
I don't see any other hands. Are there any other questions? Well, thank you for the presentation. I look forward to, I know I did have one demonstration of the tool, but I look forward to having another. Thank you.
Great. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
We're going to move on to item number 13, board policy. Ms. O'Neill.
Yes. In the summer of 2009, a new business item was unanimously passed by the Board of Education to look at the possibility or the need to develop a policy about providing nutritious meals and supporting students with through our food program. And obviously, as we've all lived through this pandemic, The need for healthy and nutritious school meals for children has never been more important. We also had, prior to the start of the pandemic, the issue of rising lunch debt. And over time, we had made some changes to attempt to prevent lunch shaming of children. So I'm going to just read the whereases, and today we are proposing this brand new policy, JPH, School Food and Nutrition Services Program, and there is a brief presentation as well, and then Ms. Williams will walk you through the draft policy. But to set this all in motion, let me just read this. Whereas the Montgomery County Board of Education has articulated a long-standing commitment to the whole child approach in education, focusing on the physical, psychological, and social well-being of students in order to support their academic achievement. And whereas the Montgomery County Public Schools launched a new initiative, Be Well 365, to address the physical and social and psychological well-being of all students, which research has demonstrated helps support academic growth and lifelong personal and career success. And whereas the Board of Education, I am actually reading the whole thing, whereas the Board of Education has supported and partnered and promoted the Montgomery County Public Schools Educational Foundation's Dine with Dignity program, which is designed to ensure non-stigmatized access to school lunch for students without a positive balance in their school meal account. And whereas the school district has maintained a significant role in minimizing hunger among students through a myriad of programs and initiatives, including partnerships with community organizations that provide meals in backpacks to ensure that students have access to healthy meals during the weekends. And whereas the new draft board policy, JPH, School Food and Nutrition Service Programs, were reviewed by the Policy Management Committee in October 22nd, 2020. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the Board of Education take tentative action on the new draft board policy, JPH, School Food and Nutrition Services Programs, and be it further resolved that the draft policy, JPH, School Food and Nutrition Services Programs, be sent out for public comment. And I might add that we were delayed. We were supposed to review this and have our work session at the policy committee in March, but the pandemic derailed that effort. And so we reviewed it in October, made some edits to what staff had brought to us, and I lay it before you today. So I'm not sure who's going first.
Thank you, Mrs. O'Neill. Ms. Dawson will start us off with a presentation with her team from Food Nutrition Services, and then Mrs. Pruitt will speak to us about the collaboration with the MCPS Foundation.
Okay. Yolanda? Oh, it's Ms. Dawson. Okay, I thought you said Ms. Pruitt. I was getting ready to say she's still on mute. Go ahead, Ms. Dawson.
First of all, thank you for having us. We're looking for our PowerPoint to come up. And we thank you for having us here today. And I'm actually going to turn over the initial beginning to Barbara Harrell, who is the Acting Director of the Division of Food and Nutrition Services. Barbara?
Thank you, Jeannie. Good afternoon. Thank you for giving us the opportunity to present today. We recognize the importance, but also the sensitive nature of establishing a policy such as this for school meals. We're also very cognizant of the increase in food insecurity during this time of the pandemic. Next slide, please. So I'd like to talk a little bit about the Division of Food and Nutrition Services, what our core values are. So number one, we want to have nutritionally wholesome meals, but we also want our meals and our menus to reflect our ethnic, our cultural, our religious diversity. And then we have a commitment to sustainability within all our meals and our programs in our building. And then last, we want to be economically viable. Next slide, please. So in the food and nutrition services, we are a little bit unique in a school district because we are actually an enterprise fund. So an enterprise fund means that we need to be self-supporting. Our federal reimbursement from our meals and snacks that we provide is our main source of funding. Our budget includes labor for things like salaries and benefits, our food, our equipment, and our supplies. Federal regulations permit us to carry over 3 months of revenue, but then we need to maintain the financial integrity of all of our programs. Next slide, please. And I'll turn this over to Jeannie, who will give us some information on the history of this.
We've come with the lunch loan program. If you look prior to 2018, actually as far back as we go into 2015, there were certain ways and variables that we have explored through this process to get us here today. And 4 of the things that we looked at were a threshold amount, the idea of an alternate meal, what do we look at and consider financially to be fiscally sound, and the impact on the system as a whole. So prior to 2018, there was a limit for a negative balance on student cafeteria accounts. So all students would have a limit of $10.20. Once they reached that threshold, there would be an alternate meal provided. And at that point, it was a sandwich. As we moved through up until 2017, that alternate meal then became a reimbursable meal. So it had the components of a reimbursable meal. However, the entree was still a sandwich. As we looked at the debt, prior to 2018, we call it delinquent debt and bad debt because that is the fiscal terms. Those aren't terms that we've chosen, but those are fiscal terms that we have to utilize when we're working through this. And there was no impact of delinquent debt at that point in our loan procedure because there weren't exceeding thresholds that were really occurring. And schools may have like $100 at the end of the year, but the school actually would pay for it, whatever that may have been, or they would follow up with families because the amounts were low. So as a system, there was no fiscal impact. Next slide, please. As we came into 2018-19, this was the beginning where we had discussed with the MCPS Educational Foundation the idea of a program called Dine with Dignity, which is centered around not having lunch shaming, but providing supports to negative balances and the idea around that. So at that point, we started the year as we normally did with a $10.20 threshold. We kept that until effectively November 1st. We kept it through the 10/31 date of when the free and reduced priced meal service program, those numbers and the students that are eligible for that program when those numbers come through. And we just had the fear of, we want to make sure that students that are eligible up into that date for the school system, that we were working through that. And we began the lunch program for Dine with Dignity on November 1st as a result. At that point, there was no alternative meal offered. Students would receive the meal of their choice regardless of a negative balance. The delinquent debt to bad debt did begin to increase almost immediately in terms of that month, and did so in terms of debt as it accrued throughout the year. The impact from 2018 to 2019 and 2019 to 2020 was that the MCPS Educational Foundation Dine with Dignity Fund was put into effect to support students that were eligible for free and reduced price meal service. And we also accrued debt, which would fall under the central school system's responsibility under outstanding funds, which we call bad debt. Next slide, please. We can move to the next slide to talk about data. So if you look at the bottom timeline beginning on September 2018 and it goes to January 2020 on the bottom, and then on the lines are the tens to hundreds of thousands. When we began in 2018, and actually the student debt did begin to occur because we had a $10.20 threshold, but as of November 1st, of that year, you could see a steady increase. The increase began with all three levels. So blue is elementary schools, tan is the middle school line, and gray is the high school line of meal debt balance or negative balance. In that first year, we noticed that a large amount of balances were incurred by elementary schools. We also know there are a lot of elementary schools, but that had a larger amount. When we moved into the next year of September 2019, we actually started the year that way with Dine with Dignity in place and no thresholds. What we did see was that the negative balance totals for secondary, and in particular middle schools, began to surpass elementaries for the first time. Next slide, please. When you look at the numbers, actually, and we're moving from left to right with beginning with students receiving free and reduced meal price meal service from September to January, you can see that it really began with about 2,700 students, and by January, around 5,200 students, with the totals moving from about 14,000 to just over 84,000 in that span of months. As we look at students that do not receive or not eligible for free and reduced meal prices, in September, it actually was a 52 or 5,000, just over $5,000. 5,000 students at about $47,000. And by January, it had doubled to over 10,000 students with an amount of $281,000 of meal debt. As we move to the final amounts, you can see the categories where we had essentially gone from 8,000 students in September, and by January it was 15,000, moving from 62,000 at the beginning, and by mid-year, over $365,000 in 2020. Next slide, please. And here's a very quick snapshot. When you look at the counts, we're really talking about 16,000 students in total out of our school system. When we look, 2/3 of the meal debt are incurred by students who are not eligible for free and reduced priced meals service at about $299,000. Our students who are eligible for the program are about 100,000, over 110,000, which by January, our accounts were up to by March 16th, our accounts were up to 410,000 when we entered into our COVID and summer food service program. We also looked at students that had an account of $200 or more, and we had about 300 students in the system, which accrued $72,000 worth of meal debt. Next slide, please. So finally, as we look at the fiscal impact from 2018, number one, 2018 to 19, by the end of the year, we had incurred just over $297,000 in combined total debt. In that, the MCPS Educational Foundation did pay for students that were receiving free and reduced price meal service. And the Educational Foundation paid just over $100,000 towards that debt. They also included at that time an extra, within that, $49,000, which was an extra 20% of the total debt combined. When we look at number 3, we continued MCPS to do due diligence in collecting and, certainly sending letters out, sending Connect Ed calls out from a central office level, and continuing the work that schools had been doing as well. We gained another just over $28,000 in funds in collecting back. When we moved to number 4, in 2018-19, as a result of all of those things, the carryover debt and that debt that we still have from that year is just over $168,000. Number 5 refers to the total debt that we have from 2019-20, which began at $410,460.54. Again, was owed by just over 16,000 students. Once again, Educational Foundation paid for students that were receiving free and reduced price meals, and that amount was $136,660.04, which left around just over $273,000 left. Our current total combined meal debt from the years 2018-19 and 2019-20 is $441,806.34. Next slide, please. So at this point, we can look and explore briefly benchmarking with other districts, and I'll turn this over to Barbara.
Thank you. Next slide, please. So when we looked at how we would handle a school meal policy and what we would do to ensure that our students do receive a nutritious meal, we talked to our neighbors, as we usually do. And so we talked to neighbors around the county, around the state, but then also across the river in Fairfax. So as you can see from this slide, there are many counties who have different processes that they utilize. We did not find one that was unique or unique enough that we wanted to adopt it completely. So we took some of them and then used our own. Next slide, please. What we did see is that we were the only county in Maryland that was allowing debt to accrue for both breakfast and lunch. The other counties only allowed it for lunch. And so as you can see, Montgomery County, as a result, had an unpaid debt as of 1/31/20 that was about $365,000. Next slide, please. So I'll turn this back. No, this is me, sorry. That's all right. So this is fine, this slide. So the plan and our hope for this policy is that we want to provide every child with nutritionally wholesome, culturally diverse meal options to focus on learning and achieving in school. We know that hungry children cannot learn. And so all of us in the division, we're here to feed kids. That's our vision, and that's what we want to do. We want to minimize any practice that might identify children that do not have sufficient funds. But we also want to maintain the financial integrity of our program. So we want to be able to implement a consistent policy regarding the collection of delinquent debt. Next slide, please.
So that brings us to the thoughts around the Policy Management Committee recommendation. And again, we'll look at the 4 variables. So out of this, when we explore the idea of a threshold amount, the idea is that no for students who would qualify for free and reduced meals. So for our students in that program, there would be no limit to the amount of unpaid meal charges a student could accumulate. Secondly, under the threshold amount, we would establish a threshold of $35 of unpaid meal charges so that would be the threshold. That's essentially equivalent to 8 or 9 breakfasts combined and lunches for an elementary or secondary student. So that's what adds up to $35. The alternate meal for would not apply for any student. Obviously, when we're saying no students that qualify for free and reduced price meals. However, for students that are not eligible and that they would be considered paying students, full pay students, that would be an unpaid meal charge. So if they exceed that $35 threshold, they would be served an alternate reimbursable meal. And the meal choice is significant because it's available to all students. So what would the alternate meal be? The students would receive a reimbursable meal. They would be able to choose their fresh fruits. They'd be able to choose their vegetables, their milk, their whole grains. The entree itself would be part of the reimbursable meal, but the entree would be one option. It would not be all of the options. And that would be a sliced turkey and cheese sandwich on a whole grain roll. Next slide, please. So what does that mean? What does that look like? So if we look at these two slides, the slide on the left is a reimbursable meal. It has all the meal components of a reimbursable meal with milk and fruit and vegetables. And a entree, and this is our Friday pizza, and it's not all cooked up. So, we just wanted to make sure you saw that. And then on the right side would be the reimbursable meal, and this would also be the single option in terms of the student. If they exceed the threshold, if a paid student exceeds the threshold, or a student that is not eligible for free and reduced price meals, they're still getting milk. They can choose their milk. They can choose their vegetables. They can choose their fruits. However, the single option would be the turkey and cheese on a whole grain bun, and that is an option for all students. That is a meal option for all students because students do like sandwiches. So next slide, please. So then what does that mean in terms of delinquent debt? Well, the debt accrued by students receiving free and reduced meal service would be paid through the Educational Foundation, Dine with Dignity. And debt accrued by students that are not eligible would be paid by non-federal funds in MCPS. The cost impact will be, because of the alternate reimbursable meal and a higher threshold limit for students, would provide some cost containment for the system, the resources. It would mitigate some of the system impact and try to keep that cost impact from schools. Next slide, please. And I'll turn this back to Barbara.
So one of the things we know is that we would want to communicate or must communicate our meal charge policy in writing to all of our families, whether they're enrolled at the start of the school or if they transfer or join us later in the year. We'd provide this policy in writing also to our school and district level staff members so they would be aware of what the policy was. We would then communicate the meal charge procedures through multiple methods, whether it would be on the website, so it might be print, it might be on the website, it would be in letters, it could be part of our menu posting that we do sometimes as well. To the greatest extent possible, all communication regarding unpaid meal charges would be with parents or guardians, not the little student that's in the line. Next slide, please.
And that brings us to the next phase of discussion. And Stephanie?
Mrs. Pruitt will share with us some of the insight of the work of the MCPS Education Foundation. Thank you.
Hello, and thank you everyone for the opportunity to participate in this discussion and to be a part of finding a solution for our students to have access to nutrition without concerns for their dignity as they pass through our cafes. We have found over the course of Dine with Dignity a really positive trend. One thing I would say to everyone assembled for this discussion is our numbers are big because we're big. We have 206 schools when I take the numbers apart, school by school, the majority of the schools, all but 21, accrue debt of $2,000 or less. And out of that number of schools, 71 of them, the sum of the year-long debt for all students is $250 or less, an average of $173 per school. And as we moved up, I found debt ranges in roughly about 7 distinct categories that we could combine and find an average debt that was really quite reasonable. So while we have the advantage of a school year in which USDA has waived fees for lunch, I am pursuing sponsorship of the schools. The foundation is shifting strategy and not just emphasizing the farm student debt, but because we're finding the debt range to be so moderate, just far below what we thought we would see per school, we're really talking to donors about, are you willing to sponsor the debt for all the meals? And I'm happy to say that there's a great deal of enthusiasm for that. I'm focusing my personal energies on those 21 schools where the debt is a little less modest, the threshold being $5,000 per school, and the top, we have a category of 6 schools where the debt is $10,000 or more, topping out at 13. So we are looking at an aggressive sponsorship pursuit that we hope will put funds in place well in advance of when we would have to settle the next school lunch debt at the end of fiscal year 2022. And I just want to give my personal thanks to all the members of Food and Nutrition Services. They have provided fantastic statistics, helping me to track what's going on in our cafes. And that's been the basis of my reaching out to various potential donors and sponsors of the program. And then I want to thank the Board of Education. This was a scary proposition. I wanted to move forward with it. There were a lot of reservations, but every last one of you, starting with our own superintendent, who really came to me and said, can we do this? He had talked with Henry, can we set up a fund? And I was like, yeah, I want to set up a fund for this. And then each one of you I heard from individually on the Board of Education, many of you doing fundraisers, all of you sharing encouragement. I just finished being a part of a national cohort with other executive directors of K-12 foundations. And I was the envy because of having all of these forward thinkers and risk takers willing to work with me on an issue that could really just be so frightening to so many people. So just keep that in mind. Our numbers are big because we're big. When you break the numbers down, this is a much more achievable goal than it may seem when you're looking at it on the aggregate.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, everyone, for your presentations. At this time, Mrs. Wolf and members of the board will take a review of the policy language that's proposed for your vote today, your tentative action today. So first of all, if we give a review of the purpose of the policy, which is titled School Food and Nutrition Services Programs, is to set forth guidance in a variety of areas. One area is our partnership with community partners to address childhood hunger in Montgomery County in order to support our students' ability to learn, grow, and maintain their health, as well as to set forth principles and strategies to guide efforts to encourage and assist all students and their families to apply for federally funded free and reduced priced meals programs so that we eliminate any stigma attached to it. Also, setting expectations for providing school meals in a cost-effective and efficient manner that minimize the accumulation of the unpaid meal charges while respectfully yet effectively collecting any unpaid cafeteria charges from the parents or guardians. So in order to meet some of these goals, MCPS collaborates with community partners to address childhood hunger during the day as well as over the weekends and even during the summer. We operate our food nutrition services in alignment with state and federal requirements. And also, it is a partnership with the student's family as well, as a student's parent or guardian is expected to provide payment for the student's school cafeteria account charges, unless those charges are otherwise covered by the funds as we've been discussing here today. So as we move into the position statement, we talk about a number of ways that MCPS supports efforts to minimize childhood hunger in Montgomery County. We work with our community partners to provide meals and snacks, not only during the day, but after the school day, during the summer, and in certain circumstances, we provide breakfast, free breakfast at certain schools in the district. So in addition to the programs that provide the meals and snacks outside of the school day, we certainly address childhood hunger by ensuring that all participating in the National School Meals Program, we ensure all students have access to meals during the day. But since there is a cost associated with operating these programs, it's vital that we manage this in a cost-effective way, but to do so without overtly identifying children who are unable to pay, as this may result in meal shaming. As already discussed, the parents are the ones who are responsible for the school cafeteria account balances, and they are expected to pay. We provide them a variety of options, whether it's in cash or prepayment to their student's cafeteria account. And all students will be treated with dignity and confidentiality regarding their cafeteria accounts. To the greatest extent possible, all communication regarding the status of these accounts will be made with the parents or guardians, not the students. And also, any consequences for unpaid charges will not be incurred by students, and no student will be disciplined or otherwise restricted from school activities or events as a result of unpaid school charges. However, MCPS must collect our unpaid school cafeteria account charges. So I am on page 5, section 9, about line 129, and this is where we outline in the policy the steps that you just heard Mrs. Dawson explain for ensuring we protect the financial integrity and solvency of the food nutrition services. Starting with students who qualify for the free and reduced meal services, there shall be no threshold for the amount of unpaid meal charges the students may accumulate. For students who do not qualify for the free and reduced meal services, the superintendent of schools may establish a threshold of unpaid school cafeteria account charges, and beyond which, once that threshold is met, the students shall be provided an alternative reimbursable meal that is nutritionally comparable to the reimbursable meal that's regularly offered under the National School Meals Program. The policy also sets forth that the alternate reimbursable meal shall be available for purchase by all students. So that helps to minimize the stigma that may be associated with someone who has the sandwich picture that you saw before you in front of them at the table, because anyone can actually purchase that. Also, the superintendent of schools may seek to identify funding options for the unpaid school cafeteria account charges in collaboration with community partners, as you heard from Mrs. Pruitt, or others who may wish to make a contribution towards student unpaid school cafeteria account charges. I know that the Food and Nutrition Services team has explored a number of options for providing opportunities for others to make such contributions, in addition to the fundraising that Mrs. Pruitt explained. The desired outcomes for this policy include continuously seeking opportunities to address childhood hunger by collaborating with community partners, and providing student meals in compliance with the National School Meals Program in a cost-effective manner that minimizes the accumulation of unpaid school cafeteria account charges. And the superintendent will be accomplished by the superintendent developing strategies to promote consistent access to meals for students without accruing the unpaid meal charges, by encouraging prepayment of student cafeteria accounts, developing effective proactive outreach and broad-based communication strategies to encourage students who may qualify for federally funded free and reduced meals services to ensure that they apply, realize that this opportunity is available, and submit the application. And also providing ongoing and appropriate notification to parents when their students' cafeteria balance exceeds the threshold. Finally, the meal charges procedures that are outlined here in this policy will be provided in writing to all households with students enrolled in MCPS at the start of each school year, and also be included in the materials that are provided to students who enroll later in the school year. And that concludes the overview of the policy. We are available for any questions you may have.
Ms. Evans?
I just want to say thank you for the presentation. It seems as though this policy was a long time coming and at the right time as well. So just wanted to thank the policy committee for bringing it back up and being mindful during COVID-19 in the month of March. That's all I wanted to say. Thank you.
Ms. Harris.
Yeah, I just had a question about the policy here is sort of contextualized to when we're doing business normally. And I'm wondering how the way that we've been serving students and their food security needs since March 13th are play into how we are looking at this policy moving forward and student meal debt.
So I'll maybe start for a minute, and then folks can fill in any details that need to be filled in. We have since March 16th been operating under a series of waivers from these requirements. And so that has given us the very fortunate ability to be able to just provide the meals. And those waivers have continued and continue to be extended. Now, of course, we're approaching another threshold with that, but we will continue to advocate for that, of course, because of the importance. As Mrs. O'Neill had said earlier, this policy had actually been developed last year before the pandemic and was about to be reviewed at that point. We are required to have a policy, and so this does follow on with that, and it certainly does reflect our understanding of the regulations and rules that we work under when we're not in this kind of situation and when those would return. And so that certainly would be our approach to bringing that back. And again, as you've heard here, it's an approach where we're really working to honor the spirit that's been put forward to provide as much as possible, while also providing some sort of fiscal backstop for the system.
I don't see any other hands. Oh, sorry, Carla, I'm sorry. Can't hear you. Your mute's not on, but I can't hear you. You want to put it in the chat? Give her a minute to see if she puts it in the chat. Anyone else have anything while Carla's doing that? Okay, I see her question now. Can you see it, Stephanie? How will we be better able to recover debt in the future?
Well, ask Mrs. Dawson may elaborate more on that, but they have processes in place for working with families through schools. Ms. Dawson or Ms. Harrell?
Yeah, sure. So I'll start. One of the things that we do really from the beginning is we work with families from the summer on in terms of making sure and ensuring that students that should be eligible or can be eligible for free and reduced price meals, we send that material out. We work with principals to ensure that people that are in need are receiving the programs and services that they need. We work with principals on that. We go to back to school nights as well. When we are working with our school space supervisors, they're working directly with principals and the cafeteria managers. We also work and talk with counselors as well when we see that there may be a concern. And the way that we notify parents is we have account statements that we send regularly. And at the middle school level, secondary level, and elementary level, they're either weekly or biweekly, so that they are letting parents know where they stand if their balance is low. It's a reminder for parents to provide funding to the account. We work with an electronic service so that you can put money in up front, and we blast that kind of information on the website, on our Twitter accounts, on our Facebook accounts, and working with each school. And one of the things we did even in the past January, and working with principals and administrators, is supporting them in account statements, supporting them with if someone's amount is really kind of ballooning, what else can we do to support you in that, and working with them with ideas around extra letters. We've sent connected calls. We try to do due diligence throughout the year and certainly not wait or sit on things.
And I'm sorry, Jenny, I'm just going to jump in too for that, because I think, I appreciate the description of everything that we do to reach out and work with families. I think I see that part of your question really is about what's going to be different in the policy. And I think what the policy intends to do and what the committee recommendation do is to put some constraints around the debt that can be accrued. And so that is where, again, there is the imposition of a threshold and only for paid students. And again, it's at a much higher level. And also there is that cost containment element of introducing, again, the alternate meal that reduce the system's cost. There are those two cost containment measures that are an important part of the policy. As those come into play, that's absolutely where we would lean very heavily into everything that Ms. Dawson was describing to you regarding those efforts to work with families, to work with schools, and to really try to make the connections necessary for families and to support them. But the difference with the policy is to, again, provide a little cost containment that in the last couple of years of this approach was not there. And that's really where we saw those dynamics that we shared with you came, we believe, from, again, not having any of those countervailing measures in place. So rather than just rely on debt recovery, we're also hoping to and working to reduce what is accrued.
Thank you. Do I see any other questions? I don't think so. Ms. O'Neill, you want to move your resolution?
I've already moved it. I just want to add that, I know that board members had some pause this summer when letters did go home to families about the lunch debt that they had from last year, but we are required under the federal regulations to make a best effort to recoup the meal debt. And, we did not have a policy like this in place. We do need to have a policy. And I think it's prudent for us to have all the measures in place up front to not have the debt grow. So I think these are prudent steps without shaming children and making sure that we have meals provided in our schools. And one question, I had asked at the Policy Management Committee is, how is it that children on free or reduced meals have a lunch debt? And I think that, Jeannie, you had explained it arises before they fill out the federal forms. Is that correct?
Yes. So that can happen in a few ways, but it's definitely because they are not currently in the program. So what happens is there's a period of time that the program will carry over for students into the new year, but we still have to have all families submit the applications again. If that threshold time is passed, then a student would revert back to having to pay. So in that time, meal debt could occur, so that when they get into the program for the first time, or if they're coming back into the program, there's a level. There may be a week or a month or a period of time where students have accrued meal debt. The other thing I would emphasize too is that, and I know Barbara has mentioned this, when we have students that come into the system that may have not applied, their families have not applied, that can happen at any point in the year. And so there may be meal debt that will have occurred. And then once they become qualified for free and reduced meals, let's say even in January, that meal debt will then convert. Okay. Yeah.
I have a question, and that is, are you having any difficulty with people not applying that really need to because they're worried about immigration?
I think that, it's a great question. We have talked with, and the answer would be, of course. However, we're working with principals. We're working with certainly Everett Davis's group and Rochelle Rubin's parent engagement group. And it's really about educating and helping families to feel comfortable. What the good thing is for this year is we did not see a decline in our farms rate for the county, and that's a good thing. And we have to just be very vigilant. An example would be, we had a principal, for example, over the summer, that principal begins working with families. We blast the information out. We now have, we tried to become even more, to provide an easier access to the application. So we went digital several years ago, and you can actually apply on your phone. And we're trying to make it as an easy process as possible. But that principal works with families. It's very intentional. We have many principals that are doing that regularly. And that's an ongoing effort that we have to keep doing. Barbara, I don't know if you wanted to mention anything else.
So I think one of the challenges we faced this year was that families knew that while we were in the summer food service program, that all of the meals would be provided at no charge. And so the challenge is why would they need to fill those out? However, for us, for our official farms, which is October 31st, and then comp ed funding, that is still in place. So we did a number of blitzes in terms of, we did notices that we put in every single meal bag a number of times at all our sites. We also did some social media work where we talked about what are the other benefits of receiving a free or reduced meal price meal. And so sometimes that might be the Comcast cable. A very definite benefit for all of our families were the PEBT funds that they received through June and then were reinstituted in September. And so that was really a godsend for us in terms of getting applications back in. We were very frightened that families would not fill out paper applications because especially in late August, September, many of our families were afraid to handle paper or pass paper along. And so our electronic application process skyrocketed. The other benefit of that is the change from a paper, which might have to then be transported to us and processed. We were able to get electronic applications for most of our families, and those we have within 5 minutes. So instead of it taking possibly 7, 10, maybe 14 days, within 24 hours, 48 hours, you would have your application in, approved, and the status pushed through. So that'll be huge going forward that we maintain that momentum.
Okay, seeing no more. Oh, I'm sorry, Yolanda, go ahead.
Mm-hmm. I did want to share that when we were sent home in March, the bill that I was looking at that point in time was about $84,000. So there was success in getting families that owed to sign up for farms and become eligible, because the bill that I settled for all farms student debt was $136,600.
All right, seeing no other hands, can I get a second on this?
No, it doesn't need a second.
Doesn't need one?
Because it comes from the committee and I've already moved it. So
thank you.
It just needs a vote.
Okay. Can you raise your hand if you're in agreement? So I can count. 6, that's unanimous. Thank you. And thank you for the presentation. We're now at item number 14. So Dr. Smith, you want to take over?
Yes, I see our principal of Neelsville has joined us, Vicki Lake Parkan. Welcome. And Mr. Adams is here with Ms. Lake Parkan to talk about the presentation plan for the major capital project of Neelsville Middle School, which is a very exciting day today. And I am so excited to hear this presentation. So I will turn it over to Mr. Adams and Ms. Lake Parkan.
So thank you very much. Again, this is an exciting day. This is our actual first major capital project presentation. So we're very excited about that. Certainly, this is a school that is absolutely at the highest priority for us from an MCPS perspective. So the plans we're about to share today, again, we're looking forward to it. So before, obviously, we get into some of the conversations around the building, and would like an opportunity for Principal Parkan to talk through a little bit about the school itself and just how this project has really come together through a community-based process. So, Ms. Parkan.
Thank you, Seth. Good afternoon. Buenas tardes, Board of Education members, Dr. Smith, Dr. McKnight, and community guests. My name is Vicki Parkan, and I have been the very proud principal of Neelsville Middle School for the past 9 years. Speaking on behalf of our Neelsville community, I want to thank all of you for this opportunity as we look forward to our new Neelsville Middle School building projected to open in the fall of 2024. This has been a long time coming, and we are just so excited about this opportunity for our students, our staff, and the community at large. I would like to begin by acknowledging, first and foremost, our truly amazing students who have taken the lead in many ways to get us to where we are today. It has been their voice that we, many of you, have heard over the past few years advocating for this new building. They have spoken in front of you, the Board of Education, as well as the County Council on numerous occasions over the past few years. They have written letters advocating for our school. They have learned truly how to be leaders as well as movers and shakers within our community. They know that our current facility, with its lack of natural light, lack of a secure vestibule, lack of an elevator, just not enough restrooms, and just overall lack of an aesthetically pleasing school has created an environment that does not make them feel proud or excited and ready to learn. Our wonderful staff has shared similar concerns, as have our parents, past and present. A special shout out to Norm Gordon, a former parent whose children are now in high school, yet he has been advocating for this new building for many, many years. And continues to advocate and support this project. So our amazing, capable, hardworking, talented Neelsville students deserve a school that provides them access to programs and opportunities similar to what many of our neighboring schools are able to offer. I believe that this new building will certainly positively impact our students both academically and socially. As we address issues related to the new boundaries that have impacted our community, the new building will go a long way to allay many of the concerns that our families have shared. We want to focus on building our new school community by being able to provide a variety of programs and services that will meet the needs of everyone within our community. I am excited about our ability to be proactive by discussing and coming up with solutions on how we will deal with construction issues while still in the building. Our partner architects, Perkins and Eastman, have taken multiple opportunities to hear from our entire community on the needs of our school. They have truly listened and designed a school that meets the needs of what we've established as our priorities: a welcoming, high-quality educational environment for a diverse group of students in the ever-changing 21st century. We love the connectivity with the outdoor space, so we may be able to provide outdoor learning opportunities. We also want to grow technology opportunities for our students, and this new building provides those spaces. I could go on because really we are just so excited after so many years to be here. But at this time, I just want to say thank you to all of you. Muchísimas gracias for your support on this project and on behalf of our students, staff, and community. Thank you.
All right, thank you. So we'll pull up the presentation, please, and we'll just go through this rather quickly. So again, this is our major capital project, Neelsville Middle School, scheduled to open in 2024. Perkins Eastman is the architect, and Mr. O'Donnell with Perkins Eastman is on the call today to answer any questions that we may have. Let's move along to the next slide, please. Again, just to get our orientation here, this is the existing school. This is existing orientation. To the left of the screen is Frederick Road, Maryland 355, and to the south, Germantown Road. So for those that have been to the school, you enter off of Neelsville Church, sort of go around that curve and come up on sort of the second tier hill that the school is currently located on. So next slide, please. So the new school is obviously going to take advantage of the space that's between the existing school and Frederick Road to really, make this stand out symbolically as a true school, as a school for for the Germantown community that's within Watkins Mill and Seneca Valley clusters. So we're really looking to take advantage of the hillside and the slopes to be able to construct a new building, but at the same time be able to obviously leave the existing school in its place while we construct. The other thing I would add is that we're also looking to create a secondary entrance off of Germantown Road, as you can see on the bottom side, that would serve for the buses. That's obviously something that we're going to have to work closely with our park and planning partners to make sure, from a conservation effort perspective, we can do that with minimizing some of the impacts. Next slide, please. So again, this is just another image to show that transitional period. So obviously, taking advantage of that space at the front of the building where we build, but that will obviously leave the school without outdoor field play space during that time frame. So we will absolutely have to get very creative with that duration of construction, be able to obviously do this with minimizing the impacts. But as you can see, the way the architects are laying it out, it does separate the site pretty cleanly to be able to have contractors in one portion and then to keep the school operational in the other. So next slide, please. And we'll zip through these. These are the existing slides, but as you all have seen and remember the ramp, we wanted to show you that going away. That's certainly not something we're going to save. So we can move through this slide and the next slide as well. And next slide. So the proposed plan, actually, if we could back up one more, please. The proposed first floor plan, this will ultimately be a 3-story building. The plan is currently looking to partner with our DHHS folks to look for a linkages to learning. That's certainly something that we work with them on advocating for funding. But as you can see, this is laying out to have the common space, student dining, gymnasium, some of those functions on the left side, and then the academic classroom wing on the right side, with the admin obviously having that center presence on both the bus and the student drop-off side. Next slide, please. Again, jumping up to the second story, looking to have the media center library there. That's will sort of be that perch overlooking Germantown, right next to the dining and cafeteria area, really trying to take advantage of those views. But also to the other side, the classroom side, really taking advantage of the forest that's on that side in the field to have the views of the forest and sort of taking advantage of this site, because it actually is a really good site, for siting of a school building. Next slide, please. Again, third story, you have the multi-levels of those common space, gym, cafeteria, library, and then our classrooms to the right. So we can go on to the next slide. And again, we want to show some of the older elevations. The old building, a 2-story low building that does not have a presence whatsoever. So we wanted to obviously focus on creating one that when you drive by, you absolutely know this is a middle school. You absolutely know this is a high-performing middle school. So next slide, please. All right, one more. So from a new elevation standpoint, again, you see the 3-story portion, the academic 3-story portion on the left side. You see that common space area on the right with the library and the cafeteria and the gym sort of in that presence. And then obviously having the administration having a wayfinding area so that you know exactly where you're going when you pull up to the site. Next slide. And we are showing some options here with sloped roofs, and you will see, hopefully we're going to have the flyover be successful coming up. But the sloped roofs, we're looking to create a sustainability focus. So as Ms. Barkan talked about, creating this as a teaching tool, if there's an ability to enhance certain elements of the academic experience through the building, through solar or vegetated roofs, we absolutely want to try to take advantage of that. So we're showing sloped roofs for full solar to see if there's an ability to make this a net zero ready building or even a net zero building. Next slide. Again, just a few renderings to show the entrance. This would be the student drop-off area, main admin with library that has that significant presence. Next slide, please. And this is on the opposite side of the building where the buses would pull up. You know, again, academics on the right, you know, your gym, PE space to the left. And I think we're going to try the flyover now, if we're able to pull that up. But obviously, this is the perspective from the field, the courtyard. All right, so again, this might be a little choppy. We'll have it on our website, which will be a bit cleaner. But obviously, this is through 355. That visual will be the library. That will be that Neelsville Middle School visual that you have. This is the access coming essentially through the parking area up to student drop-off. You know, again, you see your library to the right. When you come around the corner, your main admin will have that presence. Your main academic wing will be to the left. Obviously, stormwater management and those environmental features will be, you know, that standout feature so that we can look for opportunities for those outdoor classrooms. And again, that focus on sustainability. And this is just a bit of a different view. You know, we still obviously are working on the building, you know, colors and the palette and looking for those opportunities. So that the community engagement will absolutely still continue throughout the duration of the design. We certainly had some great feedback on the direction of the building, and I would say it's definitely not finished, and we will obviously continue that work moving forward. Sorry, I think this is our first Zoom flyover too, so we're trying through the process here. Again, you can start to see the vegetated roof. You know, hope to see that to be the visual from the library space. Again, you see the sort of that lower level out where the cafeteria would spill out of. We're showing, you know, again, full solar here. That's an aspirational goal that we would like to accomplish for this particular project. There are some challenges that we certainly will have to work through, but again, if we can meet our county sustainability goals and couple that with, you know, the work that the great work that's going on at Neelsville, we think there's a great opportunity to combine those two elements. And you can see the courtyard. This would be a step down courtyard. Again, this is a slope site, so if we have access from two areas, second floor, first floor, cafeteria to be able to spill out and have you know, eating options, to have the classroom areas spill out, to have outdoor learning opportunities, have performances, all those sorts of things. We think this would be a great courtyard for that type of work. And again, you can see the field is in the back side. That's the academic side. The bus loop is to the right. Gym is you know, the multiple gyms are sort of where we're zooming into now. We may not end up with a cantilevered portion of the gym. We're still working through some of those design challenges, but certainly something that we'd like to see if we can pursue. That's that gym visual. Again, looking to make sure the exterior has lots of natural light in every single space. That's one of the things that Neelsville is suffering significantly from, and we are going to make sure they have as much natural light as possible in every single space. Again, this is the bus loop side with the classroom wing to the right. And we think it's also a great opportunity for that classroom wing to have those visuals of the forest. You know, again, this would be the field area, but behind us in this view would be the forest. This does have probably, I'd say, half of the site is a pretty mature forest. So if we can take advantage of that, that would be great as well. And I think we have one more zoom around here, and our flyover is complete. So I guess with that, as the flyovers continue, maybe we open it up to questions from the board.
Thank you, Seth. They have to take down the slide so I can see people. I can't see them right now. Okay. Does anybody have any questions? This was just terrific. Yeah. I even felt good about it. I'm really, really happy for you. So glad this is moving forward. Judy,
great job.
Yeah.
I can't be happier. That is a really dismal looking building, and those ramps were incredible. I missed the elevator shaft, so you can tell me about that later. But the fire station, I think, is really lovely. They had trees there, but not along the driveway or whatever. So I think that's going to be really great. And I just questioned the list of people that are involved. Is the new community that is going to be there? Anybody from Cabin Branch, have they been involved in this at all? Because they keep calling it the prison on the hill, and they're not very happy. So I think it would be nice if they had a chance to weigh in on this.
We have definitely included them in all of our community meetings. We have sent communications to both Gibbs Elementary and Clarksburg Elementary that are now articulating to Neelsville. So they've definitely been a part of the work thus far.
I see Lynn, I see Rebecca and Pat in that order. Go ahead, Lynn.
Yeah, apologies if you already covered this, Seth, but so having just lived through the building and the transition on the Edison Wheaton site, where we were in an old building while another one was being torn down and carried off, and then the new building was constructed, and so we were inhabiting a site while construction was ongoing, but we were high school students and coming and going with the Edison model. So I'm just wondering, looking at the Neelsville site, are there alternatives nearby that can allow for the continuation of outdoor programs like PE while the construction is ongoing on the site?
So, and that is a great question, and one that we absolutely have to explore. I know there are some opportunities close by, but I think anytime you talk about sort of that midday transportation and travel to different sites is a bit challenging. So I think obviously our first preference would be to be able to create a new space, a different type of temporary space on site for that. Again, I mentioned the backside of the site, which we didn't show much, is still the Neelsville property, and it's fully forested. So if we can start to create, a different type of opportunity for outdoor experiences, we definitely want to explore those types of things. But certainly, any off-site type of options, we will kick the tires on and see if there's opportunities to be successful and think differently about the during construction period.
So just to follow up to what you just said, Seth, so looking at the actual realities of the site, are there opportunities to work with our outdoor ed folks and Lori Jenkins and our CERT team around creating, just like you said, a new and unique opportunity for Neelsville students that is unique to their site while the construction is moving forward?
Absolutely. And that is something we certainly will engage those various teams with.
Okay, I believe Ms. Mandrowski, you were next.
Yeah, I just wanted to say thank you so much. I mean, it's such a great job. I'm so excited. I couldn't be happier. I love how much natural light you're going to be able to give them. And I'm really appreciative of the all solar rooftop. I think that's going to be great. So thank you all for the work that you've done and for including so much of the community in the feedback that you've gotten and everything. So thank you.
Ms. O'Neill. You're on mute.
Okay. It's a beautiful design. I can't wait to see it in person. The issue, the alternate about linkages to learning, is there anything that we can do to help to make that happen? Because I think it's really very important for the Neelsville community to have a linkages to learning site.
So absolutely, there's always, we can always advocate for those programs because I think they absolutely are important. One of the things that we have committed to, though, is actually building the space during construction and having it as shell space. So if there's lagging of funding for those types of programs from different agencies, it might not necessarily matter because they'll have the space once they do have the funding. So that is an opportunity we will absolutely pursue on this one, is to build out shell space for that.
I mean, I wonder if, the board should consider writing to the county executive, county council, Health and Human Services, expressing our desire to make that happen.
I think that would be a good idea to get it on the record right now and either send a letter from the board or send a letter from Ms. Wolf on behalf of the board, and we'll be happy to begin to prepare that. But just right at this is the first step, and we ought to say right up front, we want this to happen. One of the things that Seth and Essie and Derek and I have been discussing, and we need to continue, is for us always to build it out and then expect them to fill it, because we have many needs across the county for health services in neighborhoods and for our students. And so we're going to build them out, but we should send a letter. That's my recommendation.
I move that the board send a letter to all the appropriate governmental officials requesting that funding go forward in the construction and planning of Neelsville.
I'll second.
All in favor? Raise your hand. That's unanimous. Thank you.
Can I ask one last quick question? Sorry, Ms. I might have missed it, but did you say what the capacity is going to be?
No, it did not. So yes, we're building it out to right now at 1,190, but certainly I think as we continue to design, it will be a 1,200 capacity school. So that's really just the area where we're looking at.
Ms. Silvestri?
Yeah, Mr. Adams, could you explain why the solar panels are aspirational? Is that a challenge with the rainwater management requirements?
So I think what I would say is it's aspirational because we're looking at it right now as an opportunity for MCPS to purchase those solar panels. We're also going to explore opportunities for other providers to actually place them there and operate them for us. So I say it's aspirational because I think there's a varying opportunities for us to place solar. I think too, when you think about solar, there's other investments. There's investments in training from our maintenance teams if we were going to own and operate those, which we certainly want to pursue. And I think there's also ongoing conversations at the state level and the local level around incentives around these types of sustainable features. So I think I say aspirational because budgets are always important, and we certainly would not want to necessarily take away from the programming inside the building if it meant costly rooftop solar panels. But it is something we think we can work with various governmental agencies, local and state and federal, to be able to install these at no or low cost and with little impact to the overall budget and programming for the school.
Okay, seeing no other hands, do we have a resolution for this? Go ahead. Who's presenting the resolution? I don't have it.
I'll move tentative approval of the Neelsville Middle School plans.
Is there a second? All in favor? Can you raise your hand? And that is unanimous. Thank you. This is very exciting. All right, now we're up to item number 15, which is just information only. So we're up to consent items. Item number 16. Is there anything anybody wants to pull out? Yes, Ms. Silvestri.
We've gotten a lot of emails about 1613 today, so I wanted to pull that out.
All right, is there anything else? Can we get a motion to move the others in block?
I move to move the rest in 16.1 to 1617 with the exception of 1613 in block.
Second.
All in favor, can you raise your hand, please? And that is unanimous. Okay, you have questions about 1613. Go ahead.
Mr. Adams, I just wanted to, some of the emails that we've gotten today were questioning the no cost language that was presented in the resolution. So I just want to understand what that means. I think some of the emails referenced some other costs that will accrue down the road. So if you could just explain that further, I would appreciate it.
Sure. So the no cost language is obviously focused solely on land acquisition. There is no cost from a land acquisition standpoint. There is, however, at our next board meeting, we will be presenting to the board two elements as part of our acquisition agreement, were partnerships around bleachers and also a partnership with the athletic field that's that's to be constructed adjacent to the school. So yes, there are costs associated with this partnership, but there are no costs associated necessarily directly with the land acquisition. And the reason we say there's no cost, because typically, land itself costs money. And, in this case, it does not. However, that is true that we will be bringing back, any of the costs associated with the field as well as the bleacher portion of the agreement. And that is scheduled to come back in the first January meeting.
I would only just add to that too that those discussions of the elements that comprise the MOU and the agreement with the City of Gaithersburg have been presented to the board previously and separately. So understanding that there might appear to be a disconnect, there were separate items in which those pieces came before you. But as Mr. Adams was referencing, this is referencing the land itself and that transfer.
Does that answer your question?
Yes, thank you.
Can we get a motion to move 16.13?
I move to move forward 16.13.
Second.
All in favor, could you raise your hand? And that is unanimous. Thank you. Now we're up to item number 17. Can I get a motion to move and block the committee appointments?
I move to move in block 17.1 to 17.5.
Second.
All in favor, could you raise your hand? And that is unanimous. Thank you. Let's see. We have a future closed resignation for the previous calendar, major events. Okay, Nick, do you have any comments on 18.3 for the process or a motion to approve calendar events?
Yeah, no specific comments. I'd just like to move the resolution forward to approve the calendar for this year's mob election.
Okay. I need a second.
I'll second.
All in favor, could you raise your hands? And that is unanimous. Thank you. The minutes for November 18th, 2020, I need a motion to approve.
Move to approve.
Then I need a second.
Second.
All in favor, could you raise your hands? And that is unanimous. Does anybody have any new business?
Yes, I'd like to bring forward a resolution regarding.
Okay, go ahead, Mr. Asante.
Yeah, I'd like to bring forward a resolution regarding the installation of menstrual product dispensers in our bathrooms. I won't go through all of the whereases, but I think this has been a topic that has had a lot of energy around it. I know there's been a lot of student advocacy around it. And I think after having conversations with Doug Hollis, I know that most schools don't have these dispensers within their bathrooms. And this isn't an issue that I face personally, but I've had the chance to work with different student leaders in regards to this topic. I'd like to shout out Hano Looney, who's working with the National Period Movement, and they're dealing with a lot of the work with this. So I won't read the whereases, but be it resolved that the Board of Education directs the superintendent to develop a plan to install menstrual product dispensers in all middle and high school bathrooms, starting with a pilot program to begin in at least 2 MCPS middle schools, and be it further resolved that the superintendent of schools shall report on the feasibility, costs, and timeline of this installation plan and pilot program to the Board of Education no later than February 2021.
Second.
Are there any questions? All in favor, could you raise your hands? And that is unanimous. Thank you.
Thank you for doing that.
I need to go back to items 18.1 and 18.2. Can I get a motion to move those in block?
I move to move them in block.
Second.
Any questions? All in favor, raise your hands. And that is unanimous. Thank you. Item number 19 is for information only. I think we're ready to adjourn. Can we get a motion?
No. I don't know whether this is the right place to say it, but I've been really disturbed about some things that were said when we had the public comments. And so I feel compelled to say something about it. I know that I was at the Zoom meeting for the county council, and I think that Carla was there, and of course, Dr. Smith and Shebra. And questions did come up about when we're reopening schools, and the answers were given, and the metrics came up again, and that was explained all over again about how they're very similar to what CDC is saying, and that we have to confer with all the people in the state, the Maryland State Department, the health person at that level, and with our own health person. But when, and Derek has explained some of these metrics as well. But I think character assassination is not the way to do this. I felt really strongly that the person, and I know this is not your fault, but I just have to say this, that when this person talked about Dr. Gales, said that he was not certified, not qualified to make any of these decisions. And I really took offense at that. He is certainly qualified. He is a pediatric person, and he is in the mental, he's in the health program that has to do with the whole county. And so we depend on the kinds of things he says, and I really appreciate the kind of work. And he's talked back to us. We've asked him lots of questions about the CDC, and I remember one time he said, I already explained that. So he's not a weak person. So thank you for indulging me.
No, it's no problem. I understand exactly what you're saying, and I feel the same way. And I think a lot of the comments are an outgrowth of the entire public discourse in this country, if you understand what I'm saying. So can I get a motion to adjourn unless anybody else has anything they want to add?
I move to adjourn.
Or second.
All in favor? And that is unanimous. We are adjourned.